Pepe, how are you?
Greetings from Buddhist Southeast Asia, Mario.
Greetings to you. So we've got reports, not reports anymore. An F-15 has been shot down, according to multiple sources, and we have information that one of the pilots was just rescued a few minutes ago. The other one, not yet. We have reports that even Iran, not confirmed, scrambled fighter jets to counter the search and rescue operation by the US, and they've offered a reward for any Iranian. This is a tribal area there where the fighter jet was shut down. So offering people there money if they're able to share any information with the IRGC on the whereabouts of the pilots. So how significant? How did Iran shoot down a fighter jet, an F-15? An F-15 has never been shot down, from what I understand, ever.
No,
and American fighter jet has never been shot down since the war in Yugoslavia by enemy fire. Yeah, it's a pretty significant development.
It's very difficult to shoot down an F-15E. Very, very hard. No wonder this is the first one. So without looking at anything else, my guess is an S-300. Or
that's
even,
as well. The Russian defense.
Even, of course, this will never be admitted live by the Russians or by the Iranians. An S-400. It's quite possible. It's quite possible. This would have been, let's say, one of the latest batches coming via, I wrote about this a while ago, the Astrakhan Caspian, North Caspian Tehran shuttle with IL-76 bringing all sorts of stuff from Russia, and none of us know exactly what's inside. It could be anything, including a new batch of S-400s. So from now on, the Americans have an extra problem to deal with. And what is fascinating, I've been to this area zillions of years ago. Mountains, lots of tribal people.
Province.
Yes, in Khuzestan province, yeah. Which, for instance, people in Iraq call it Arabistan because there are a lot of Arabic speakers in that province. But this is very tribal. There are some nomads still. And I read in a Farsi report translated into English that nomads and tribals with their rifles are...
Yeah, I saw the video. Yeah, they were shooting down
around the area looking for the pilot.
Yeah, they were looking for the pilot. They're also trying to use their rifles to shoot down the drones, the MQ-9s that the Americans were using. Yeah, so America was using helicopters as well as an F-35 and mainly the drones to try to.
There are images of these helicopters. Yes, absolutely.
Let's go back though to so. That is, I was really surprised to see these reports. Iran has claimed multiple times to be able to strike American fighter jets. They've caused damage to one, from what I understand. They haven't shot any down, at least not that has been confirmed by Western media sources. That would be the first in this war.
Is confirmed.
The F-15 is confirmed, yeah. Oh, the F-35 as well.
The F-35 is confirmed. Is
that the one? But is that the one that was able to land to land in Saudi as an emergency landing?
Theoretically, yes, but this emergency landing is not confirmed.
Okay. So, so you said it could be an S-400, not only an S-300. Now, from what I understand, Iran doesn't have any of those.
Mario, there's please, and all of you, our audience, it's quite possible. Most certainly an S-300. If it's an S-400, once again, the Russians would never say it, and much less the IRGC. They came within the latest batch of cargo that has been flying from Russia to Iran in the past, let's say, 2 months. It's quite possible. And obviously, Khuzestan is critical because Khuzestan is not very far from the Arab world. So it's a perfect place to position S-300s or S-400s. So we can imagine that they are positioned in around Isfahan, around Tehran, certainly in the southeast, because of these, I would say, completely absurd rumors that the Americans would try a landing near Chabahar in Sistan, Balochistan. Okay, let's go straight to the point. I was there last year when we were shooting a documentary on the North-South Transportation Corridor. Chabahar is about 50 kilometers from the Iran-Pakistan border. It's a beautiful area, heavily militarized. Why? Because on the other side, the Baluchis on the other side, members of this basically guerrilla group, the Baluchistan Liberation Army or movement, they do back and forth. They attack police stations, for instance, in Sistan Baluchistan, Iran. They go back to Pakistan, Baluchistan, Pakistan. So we have a component of CIA MI6 instrumentalizing these people. But at the same time, we have the Pakistani state in Islamabad fighting them as well. So assuming the Americans would, let's assume the Americans would disembark on the Pakistani side of the border and then try to cross into Sistan Baluchistan. Major trouble already. And if they disembark in Sistan Baluchistan in Iran, not far from Chabahar port, which is a free zone port now, very important. I visited extensively. I talked to the authorities of the port. This is the key port for the, let's say, Russia, Iran, India Silk Road, maritime Silk Road. How the hell the Americans are going to go from that region, which is the extreme southeast of Iran, at least closer to the Persian Gulf and to the Strait of Hormuz? It's over 800, it's almost 1,000 kilometers. How the hell are going to do that? It's completely absurd. But this is actually being floated around the Beltway as one of the possible landing points. Completely removed from reality. I'm sorry?
That is crazy. Like the fact that I'd say we're almost certainly going to have troops on the ground is just to what extent. The discussion of whether is almost an old discussion, which is just so sad to see. But I think the reason I think the shooting of the F-15, which is again maybe you can explain it further on why it's so difficult to shoot, but it's a very nimble, very stealthy fighter jet, very agile, cost about $100 million. Yeah, so it's it's never been shot down ever, not in Iraq, not in Afghanistan, not in Yugoslavia, not in Libya ever, and it was just shot down not on day 1 but on day 30. Now. Is it also possible that it might have been a pilot error? It might have been caught by surprise, was very complacent, because that's in Western Iran. And Western Iran, and that was not too far from Isfahan, where there's the nuclear power plant.
It's very far. It's very far, Mario.
From Isfahan. Okay.
Khuzestan to Isfahan, okay, in the back of my mind would be at least 500 kilometers, 600, even more. It's very far. It's in the southwest. Isfahan is practically in center Iran, south of Iran, and
to the west. So the reason I brought up Isfahan, then where was the air defense located? Because I wouldn't expect it to be in Khuzestan, because Khuzestan doesn't have anything sensitive there. They've got a lot of the oil reserves there, but they don't have any nuclear facilities, from what I understand.
Yeah, but you know why it's sensitive, Mario? As a possible. Just like when Saddam Hussein did it in the beginning of the Iran-Iraq war, you can stage a land invasion via Khuzestan, and this is, don't forget, very, very important. These guys who are the top leadership of the IRGC, they are all veterans of the Iran-Iraq war, so they remember practically every step during those 8 years. What happened, battles, invasions, the back and forth, and all that. So obviously, it's still in the back of their minds. Assuming the Americans would try even a mini land invasion, would be much easier for them to use Khuzestan. And that would explain very important air defense batteries stationed in Khuzestan.
Interesting. Because that would have been stationed there for a while. The S-300s, from what I understand, are very difficult to move around. So is that fair? Could they have moved it throughout the war? It's very difficult, especially through the mountainous regions.
Throughout the war, I wouldn't bet that they moved that during these past 30 days. They were already there. Don't forget that they were expecting to be attacked. Since the 12-day war, they knew that there will be another attack. So they had at least 8 months to prepare that. And in fact, they did. And once again, coming back to the overarching strategy, which is the decentralized mosaic. This means that every provincial commander in every province, he can organize his battlefield and his defense organism the way he wants. And obviously, the commander in Khuzestan said, no, this area is sensitive. Anything could happen, even a land invasion. So it's once again, for all of you, our audience is important. These decisions are not made in Tehran. They are made by individual commanders in every province, in coordination with Tehran, of course, but they have total autonomy. So it's no wonder that after this F-15E strike, wow, it once again proves to the conceptualizers of the decentralized mosaic that it works.
Well, that comes not long after U.S. intelligence, according to, I think, CNN, an assessment says roughly half of Iran's missile launchers and drones remain intact. Despite
they don't know, Mario. They have no bloody clue. Yeah, they have no bloody clue because they don't even know where these underground missile drone cities are. They know about the ones that they hit. And these are the ones in central Iran, western Iran, around Tehran, around Isfahan. There are 2 around Isfahan that they have been pounding for days. But everything to the east, to the southeast, and to the east towards the Afghan border, they don't even know where these missile cities are. So they're floating numbers just like any one of us could give a number like that and out of the blue. They don't really know because they don't have a ground intel. Very important. If they had ground intel, maybe. But the cells, the Mossad cells, let's put it this way, that were a little bit around everywhere, they were exterminated these past 30 days. So Mossad does not have ground intel in Iran anymore.
So there is a rescue operation right now, and the U.S. is using Black Hawk helicopters. They're using the drones.
Hawk, yes.
The drones, and even I don't know why they're using F-35 more for defense, for defending the other search and rescue aircraft. How capable are those, and how vulnerable are they? The MQ-9s and the
very vulnerable. Well, they are flying very, very low altitude.
I saw. You saw those footage.
Very exactly.
KK, Lisa, can you play some of the footage while we're speaking of the search and rescue? Because it's pretty dramatic footage, things you'd expect to see in movies.
Yeah. There's some very good images already. Yeah,
I'll have the team play some footage for anyone that hasn't seen them. And there's just been a report came out that Israel's not helping with the search and rescue, which I'm not sure why that is. But just going back to the points, that's a very tricky vulnerability because then we could see even more aircraft targeted now during the search and rescue.
Even before the ground invasion, Mario.
Yeah. So what? That's pretty surprising.
This is complicated. I've been talking to a lot of people about it, including our friend Larry, of course. Larry is adamant that it's going to happen within the next few hours. Don't forget that we are talking. Right now, it's almost midnight. It's past midnight in China. It's 8:30. I think it's 9 o'clock in the Persian Gulf now. So it could happen tonight, the beginning. But what beginning and where? Probably indiscriminate bombing a little bit everywhere, especially Tehran and Isfahan, or even positions that they imagine these are guarded positions of the IRGC Navy, especially in the Strait of Hormuz and in the Persian Gulf. From the Strait of Hormuz to Bandar Abbas, to the port, maybe. It's, I would say, an area of 50, 60 kilometers, more or less. And then what? Where are you going to land? Are you going to land in Kashim Island? There is an underground missile city in Kashim Island, which is quite big, bigger than Okinawa. The comparisons are floating everywhere. Kashim is important because the tankers who are navigating in Iranian territorial waters after they pay the toll booth and they have the green pass, which is basically a VHF radio signal, so they can they are sailing between Kashim and the small island of Larak. This small island is important because this is a base of the IRGC Navy. So there's a possibility that the Americans will try to bomb the hell out of Larak. The problem is, Mario, there are a lot of tankers all over waiting for the green light to cross the strait. And now, something very important, some Europeans are getting a green light. The French were very, very clever. The French were immensely clever. Even, okay, whatever we think about Macron, we're not going to get into the merits, but he was intelligent enough not to vote that draft resolution in the UN Security Council, basically by the UAE, calling for the liberation of the Strait of Hormuz by all means necessary, meaning force, meaning a real war in the Strait of Hormuz. This will be vetoed by Russia and China, and if he went to vote, would be vetoed by France as well. The Iranians got that. And what was the reward? The first French tanker sailed through the Strait of Hormuz today. So other Europeans are saying they're
trying to cause a wedge between the US and European allies. He's trying to cause.
It's already happening. It's already happening. It's already happening. And in fact, Arakshi already said today to the European Union as a whole, we are ready to make deals with any European Union nation that approaches. So the wedge is already there. And of course, considering that many of them look at Trump as, the beast of the apocalypse, there will be deals. There will be more deals like the French just struck with Tehran.
Before we talk about that wedge and the strategy here behind Iran, because that is probably the most important story of the day, and the fact that we said we had the first European ship pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Not sure if it's the first. I think it's the first European. There were talks about Spanish one passing through, but I don't think they have.
With an European flag, yes. With an European flag, French flag.
So I have a question. What do you make of the fact that aircraft are there's C-130s that are flying low, including Black Hawk helicopters and A-10s, over the territory where the fighter jet was shut down? These are very easy to target. Doesn't that indicate that there is some sort of air dominance, at least in that region of Iran? Otherwise, those would have been shut down by now. So for the U.S. military to fly those aircraft so low, they must have some sort of dominance in that region, which is a bit confusing because the F-15 was shot down.
Or it could be desperation, Mario. We really don't know. None of us really know. Assuming there is a strategy. Don't forget that now they are reacting to in terms of global PR, the whole global south is lasering on this. An F-15E, which was never shot before, has just been shot by the Iranians. This is the news in sub-Saharan Africa or in the middle of Borneo. This is the thing. So obviously,
what happens if they capture the pilot? That's a big propaganda win. They'll just be able to.
Wow! If they already capture one of the pilots, and of course, local TV stations in Khuzestan were saying, capture the pilot. Don't do anything with the pilot if you capture him. Yeah. They were broadcasting this, over and over again. Of course, because if you're talking to tribal people, which are very, very proud of their traditions, of their land, their first instinct would be to kill these guys on the spot. Like Pashtuns in Afghanistan, the same thing. But no, there's a raison d'etat behind, right? The state priorities behind, right? So we don't know, considering there's no, the Pentagon has no strategy at the moment because the Pentagon is being led by a moron. What kind of strategy can you expect from that guy? And
the generals that were fired yesterday.
The generals are being dismissed because they don't fit into the apocalyptic narrative that he's disseminating everywhere. It's immensely, from the point of view of the national security of the United States, this is beyond a disaster. This guy could not be taking care of a high school. Can you imagine the Pentagon? It's totally absurd. And there's no turning back.
So going back to the
he wants the war. No? Pentagon generals did their homework. They know that if this landing goes on, if this this mix of Bay of Pigs, Okinawa, Gallipoli, etc. goes on, it's going to be a total disaster. This is where we are now.
I want to go back to what we were talking about earlier, and that's the French-owned container ship that passed through the Strait of Hormuz. So that's, according to many reports, it's the first one with a European flag that passed through.
It is.
And so obviously we know Iran's strategy right here is to have European countries not allow the US to use their base. And I think a few of them have already made that decision. Spain, France, I don't know about Italy, but these are the two I know of.
Italy, it's more ambiguous, Mario. In fact, there's still
she's visiting Saudi and the UAE right now, Meloni.
The Sigonella base in Sicily, they're still using the Sigonella base in Sicily.
Okay.
This is the Meloni government. They have to, you know.
Do you worry that this could, we haven't even talked about Trump's speech yet, but do you worry that this strategy could, if you push Trump in a corner, then he might start crossing certain lines he had in mind, certain red lines, escalating in ways we don't want to see him, like striking more bridges, striking more infrastructure, even if that might cause more harm to the Gulf, but just to avenge the capture of the pilot or the shooting down of the F-15. That depends if they capture the pilot. But if he's pressed in a corner, he needs to declare a win. So that win could be very costly for Iran.
He is already in a corner, Mario. And that's why he's so much more dangerous now than he was a day ago or a week ago. Can you imagine that you have a rant on social media gloating because you're building, you are bombing bridges? And the Stone Ages, by the way, he couldn't even pronounce correctly, Stone Age. No? Or the expression is bomb you back to the stone. The Stone Ages remark, which was absolutely frightening in every aspect. Let's look at it from a legalistic point of view. You have a president of the United States confessing live in public for the whole planet that he is a war criminal. This is
the threat that he's made.
Yeah, it's immensely serious. He is condemning the whole population of a country of 93 million people or so, Iran. Where you and he finished, where you belong. This is so immensely serious that I was not struck that there was not a single word from the so-called international community, UN Security Council, all these idiots. Nobody said anything. Probably everybody was paralyzed. What are you going to say? And whatever he say is not going to matter anyway. But the fact that he actually said that, and now this is on the record for the whole planet to see, it's beyond inexcusable. And in terms of compromising United States national security, there will be ramifications for years to come. So he's already in a corner. He's throwing everyone he can under the bus. The next one probably is going to be the push-up clown, the Secretary of Forever Wars.
Secretary of Forever Wars?
Well, yeah, he is. Don't forget that he leads the Department of War. So he is the actual secretary of forever wars.
We haven't talked yet on the non-stop attacks on Israel, including on Passover Day. We have just a few minutes ago as well. Possible impacts in Haifa and Kiryat hasn't been confirmed yet, but the launches on Israel haven't stopped. While the UAE, the Gulf gets struck as well. The aluminium plant in the UAE got shut down. There's reports that they struck an Oracle, a location of Oracle. I think they had servers in the UAE, but Dubai said that was not true. So we're not sure whether it's true or not. But Iran is able to maintain those attacks. If you mix that with the report that about half of their missile launches are still there, Iran's capabilities a month into this war just make a ground operation even scarier. If they're able to strike all the way in Haifa and all the way in the Gulf to this day and shoot down an F-15, is there a possibility that Trump may reconsider the ground operation?
We all wish, Mario, that we were able to be in the Oval Office to ask him this question face to face. He doesn't know. No? He doesn't know the answer to this question. It's practically guaranteed that if there is this mini Bay of Pigs, Okinawa, etc., it's going to be a major disaster, and there will be a lot of body bags. And this comes from experienced Pentagon people.
So let's talk about it, Pepe. How would a ground operation look like? You've already talked about how it could start from the east, could also start from the west, both possibilities. What is the most likely scenario? They're going from the Gulf towards some of these islands. Which Gulf country, through what means, and what will be their main hurdles?
Exactly. If they start from the UAE, for instance, one of the possible scenarios, they're trying now. In fact, the UAE already offered the Americans, you take possession of these three islands, Abu Musa and Greater Thumb and Smaller Thumb. These islands are between the UAE and Iran. The UAE says they are ours. They cannot prove it. For the moment, they are Iranian. So the UAE is offering islands that they don't have jurisdiction over these three islands. They basically offering these to the Americans. Okay, this is going to be your beachhead. Okay, assume the Americans take these three islands. They're still going to have to sail.
These are contested between the UAE, the Abu Musa.
Contested between UAE and Iran. You're right. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. They will still have to sail from the three, from Abu Musa and the two thumbs towards the Strait of Hormuz to the northeast. How are they going to do that? Absolutely out of the question. You know,
from where
they're going to have zillions of missiles pointed at them. If they say,
could they go in from the UAE, or the UAE finds it too risky, they wouldn't dare because Iran will just target them heavily?
If they go from the UAE will be raised to the ground. This is what the IRGC is already saying. And not only the IRGC, even the political leaders are saying, for all practical purposes, Mario, the UAE is already at war with Iran. It's not formally declared, but they are already at war with Iran. So the Iranians are looking at every millimeter of movement in the UAE. If they identify, for instance, lots of American troops, in fact, most of American troops are in the Emirates already.
Oh, really? More than other Gulf countries?
I would say there are more in the UAE than in Kuwait at the moment, or maybe half and half. But they are basically between Kuwait and the UAE as we speak. So the Iranians are looking at that. Okay, if they make a move, they're going to be targeted wherever they are, inside the Emirate territory, in Abu Musa, in the islands, crossing the Persian Gulf, you name it. So the UAE has a very, very bold decision ahead. If they enter the war, not only informally as it is now, but formally, they are doomed. Literally. There's no question about that.
And the only reason they would do it is part of a deal for them to be able to take ownership of Abu Musa and the greater and littler.
Exactly, because because in fact, they are trying to, MBZ is trying to sell the Americans the notion that they can land in Abu Musa and the two terms and there will be no consequences. It's completely absurd. These three islands belong to Iran. They are contested, but they still belong to Iran. So this would be the next step after this UN security resolution that they try to introduce, and it is already bombed by Russia and China, and France already said we will also bomb this resolution. It won't pass. Beginning of the week, very, very important, on Monday, the famous Quad that met in Islamabad. I wrote a long column about that, trying to explain the mechanics of this meeting. Intriguing, fascinating, but it led nowhere. The whole thing lasted 2.5 days, and then it disappeared completely because there was nothing solid out of it. But we had, very important.
You're talking about the meeting. You're talking about the meeting between which delegations?
Exactly. Exactly.
You'll break it down now. Okay.
Yeah, I'm breaking it down now, Mario, quickly, as quickly as possible. Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and Pakistan as the mediator. So they meet in Islamabad.
Okay.
The four of them. They discuss. They come up with some ideas. Pakistan had already talked with the Chinese before. And basically what the Chinese said, look, if you come up with something solid, you tell us. Immediately after the end of the meeting in Islamabad, they spent 1.5 hours on the phone with the Chinese. And the Chinese obviously said, look, we're not convinced by anything. Come here and explain to us live. This is exactly what happened the next morning. The Pakistani foreign minister took a plane, went to Beijing, and he met with Wang Yi in person. So he had to explain to Wang Yi in person what they discussed in Islamabad. In the end, they release a very, very lame 5-point statement with, I would say, a collection of cliches. All of us know about all that. You have to end the war, blah, blah, blah. But so what? But this is not the Chinese strategy. The Chinese obviously released that to appease everybody, including the Americans. But the real discussions now in the background are China, Russia, and Iran, using what the Pakistanis managed to get from the other 3 Muslim nations. But another important point is that Saudi Arabia was there in the discussion. So this would presuppose that Saudi Arabia would like to find a peaceful resolution. Who was not among these 4, Mario? The UAE. Why? So you see, because they don't want a resolution. They want the US to smash Iran. And they are saying that openly. Remember that Wall Street Journal op-ed by the UAE ambassador in Washington? It looked like it was zillions of years ago. I think it was last week. And after that, things kept
But he made didn't he make a correction afterwards? He put out a statement saying that not correction. He put out a statement. I can't remember the details of it, where he's saying that something along the lines, that's one you're referring to, that the US should finish the job. Iran cannot have the same capabilities as it had before the war, something along those lines. And then a day later, he clarifies, he clarified that the UAE wants the war to end or something similar, but on the opposite side, that between those 2 statements, there was a heavy attack by Iran on the UAE. So people speculated that that second statement was only made because of Iran's strong retaliation. So I don't remember what that statement is.
I don't remember reading the second one, in fact. So
I'll try to find it.
It was interpreted as a sort of retraction. The second state.
Some people interpret it as the UAE walking back their position after a very heavy Iranian attack. So that's what some people interpreted it as.
This is quite possible because this Iranian retaliation.
I just find it very. I'd be very surprised if the UAE wants to join this. I understand the benefit from them from having those 3 islands, but the amount of damage they would face if they encourage this war. For a country, it's probably out of all Gulf nations, it's the one that benefits the most from the sense of security and the wealth that it has created because of that sense of security and stability for all the world's richest people that find it as a tax haven, as a place to do business. They suffer the most. And that's why because I've seen the reports about the UAE, I've seen the reports about Saudi. The Saudi ones were easier for me to make sense of because Saudi is a much bigger country. It doesn't depend on that sense of security as much as the UAE. It's important to it, but it also has significantly more military capabilities as well. It spends the most in the region on their military, more than Israel, more than Turkey. So that's why for me, Saudi, if I had to guess, I'd say all Gulf countries want the war to end. The only exception would be Saudi, but there's been more and more reports that say that it's both Saudi and the UAE.
No, it's but their two positions are practically incompatible. And okay, what is driving MBS now? The kiss my ass gambit by Trump. This changed the picture completely.
You think Mario. So? You think that statement?
Mario, you live in the Gulf. You know about Arab honor, right?
Yeah, and they take respect very seriously.
Like this in public, addressed to an Arab leader, this is the worst humiliation imaginable. There will be revenge. Don't forget that MBS's ego is the size of the Milky Way, or even bigger. So there will be revenge, little by little. We had the first installment. He said 2 days ago, we are not buying weapons from the United States anymore. Wow. This is collapsing 50% of the MBS said that.
Oh, wow.
This was not reported in American media. This is only work in the Arabic media. So what does that mean in practice? 50% of the petrodollar deal collapses. If Saudi Arabia is not buying American weapons, the other ones are going to start looking around. Oh, maybe we should do the same thing. So who's the first candidate? Russia. And guess who was on the phone? Was it earlier today? I think earlier today. Guess who was on the phone, Mario? MBS and Putin.
They put out a statement, I think it was last night or today, you're right. I saw the statement. I saw the statement. It was last night, I think.
So this is one factor. Okay, the Saudi Arabia point of view is evolving. The UAE, they have their backs against the wall because, first of all, from the beginning, they were telling the Americans, go for it, smash Iran. Then there's follow the money. Very, very important. $1.4 trillion of committed UAE funds in projects linked to the American economy or inside UAE itself, basically revolving around data centers. So they already committed these gigantic funds. So, it's an umbilical cord with the US. They simply cannot.
But can't they withdraw those in?
Exactly. People were asking me this question today. The Americans saying, no, you promised it.
Yeah, but I don't know if it was signed. It was more commitment. Like, we will invest, but there's no legal obligation to. I haven't checked. By the way, what just happened now? 2 rockets were fired from the Arab tribal army in Syria towards the Israeli-controlled Golan region. You know how the Arabs said that they made a statement that they will join the Syrian Defense Ministry of the town of Nimr in Dara, voiced support for the tribal army to join the Bedouins against Israel. Remember how the Bedouins were marching apparently to the Israeli border in Syria, and al-Shara was trying to stop them? There's just reports now, I think it's confirmed, that the rockets were fired from Syria now towards the Golan region. That was after apparently what triggered them is that ruling in the Knesset.
This is the beginning of a sort of tribal insurrection in Syria. Absolutely. We had some echoes a few days ago. It's picking up speed. Absolutely. So there is a regional war in the Middle East. Remember how we've talked about this for years and decades, Pepe? We've always talked about regional war in the Middle East. It's a powder keg. It could happen. It is.
We are going through it right now.
We were used to localized wars, right? The whole Syria The degradation of Syria took 12 to 13 years, but it was very localized. Iraq, the Hashd al-Shabi, the popular liberation militias and all that, they were gaining ground little by little. But now they come to a key point in Iraq where
US also just reported. US also just reported that one of the pilots was rescued, but it's there's reports that the other one was captured by Iran. Unconfirmed reports, unconfirmed. But as you said, that would be very significant. Yeah, unconfirmed so far.
Oh yeah,
you said that would be extremely significant.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Right. Right. Okay. So I was telling you about how the axis of resistance was reconstituting itself after ultra heavy blows. So this applies to Hezbollah. We're looking at the Merkava shooting season right in front of us. Tribal, non-sectarian interests in Syria, and that includes Alawites, includes Druze, includes Christians as well. Yemen, which for the moment the Yemenis are just waiting for the right moment to intervene, and Iran. So the reconstitution of the axis of resistance took, let's say, over 1 year. And now all the actors are moving at the same time. And that's the definition of a regional war, because they have a clear identified enemy, what I call the Epstein Syndicate.
The Epstein Syndicate?
Yes. And the whole global South is looking at it, Mario, with people are missing their sleep at night to follow this in real time. It is the most consequential war of our young 21st century, to remember the great Eric Hobsbawm. And this will condition everything that happens afterwards. And because we have an American leadership that is so mediocre, they don't even know the stakes. And they're making one mistake after another. And other generations of Americans are going to pay for this mistake. This is terrible, terrible. These condemnations of these blanket condemnations of the US as a whole, they miss the point. The problem is how American foreign policy was hijacked by a tiny circle of extremely nefarious interests. So the rest of the country is paying the price, and the rest of the world is paying the price. Don't forget that this war of choice has been essentially inflicted by two individuals, Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump. And the whole planet is going to pay the price for it. It's as serious as it gets.
Pepe, can I ask you another question?
Of course.
On the air defense, the S-300 or whatever air defense system that was used by Iran to shoot down the F-15, how is it still even there? So I thought they're very difficult systems to camouflage. Would they have been underground this whole time? Because I would have expected the S-300s to be one of the first things for the Israeli and Americans to shoot down. I remember I interviewed a few guests that say that was probably one of the earlier targets, because they need to shoot those down to achieve air supremacy or air dominance or whatever you want to call it, or air monopoly, as someone was telling me yesterday. But those are one of the first things to be shut down. But if within the last few hours we hear that those systems potentially there because they shut down an F-15 for the first time ever in human history,
yes.
And we got a report from CNN, according to intelligence sources, that about half of their drones and their missile launchers, not missiles, missile launchers, which are the main thing that the Americans and Israelis were targeting. And we saw reports earlier that many sources were pretty surprised by Iran's ability to continue firing and sustain this war. How is the air defense
don't know shit about Iran, sorry. These ones don't know shit about Iran. And just answering your first question, they're masters of camouflage.
Yeah, they've been preparing this for a long time.
Absolutely. Not to mention they have done their homework, not only for the past 8-9 months, but even before that, for decades before that. You don't build underground missile cities in a matter of months. It takes years. And in some cases, at least, 2 decades. So they were ready. They did their homework. It's basic Sun Tzu. And we have Sun Tzu in War Alago getting into a war where he doesn't know the enemy and he doesn't know himself at the same time. And he wants to win.
And we haven't talked yet in a while about what's happening in Lebanon. There was one statement that really bothered me, Pepe, and that's a statement by the defense minister. And we know that the war in Lebanon is going to continue, and there's statements in Israeli media and officials saying that once we finish with Iran, our focus is going to move to Hezbollah, because people expect the war in Iran, not sure if it's going to happen, to end in the next 2 to 3 weeks. Before that, actually ending in 2 to 3 weeks, we didn't talk about something important before we moved to Lebanon. Is it possible that Trump just walks away from this whole thing? So
yes.
He ends it with a big bang, sends troops on the ground, and then, hey, I created this mess. It is what it is. Whoever needs the Strait of Hormuz has to figure out how to open it. If Iran keeps a toll booth or repurposes the toll booth in some way and makes money off the Strait of Hormuz to be able to pay for the reparations or the costs of the war, so be it. Yeah. America doesn't suffer from this, and then American allies end up suffering. Is that a possibility?
Yes, he has already sent feelers about it. He was almost on the cusp of maybe doing it. But
yes,
exactly.
In his statements, of course.
Exactly. But if he does it, Mario, wow, obviously he hasn't crossed his mind yet, because he's incapable of conceptualizing or strategizing, for that matter. If he leaves and the Strait of Hormuz is totally controlled by Iran, as it is now, and now they are talking to Oman, there will be a new legislation for the Strait of Hormuz between Iran and Oman.
Yes,
they are already
discussing this. Yeah. What do you make of this?
It's
absolutely confused, because the markets got excited, and then that excitement immediately dampened.
But that makes total sense, because after all, the strait goes between the Iranian coastline and the Omani coastline. So they have the right to install a toll booth, just like the Egyptians install a toll booth in Suez. Absolutely normal. You have to pay to go through Suez. So everybody has to pay to go through Hormuz, obviously. So this is, they are already starting. The first step is the Iranian parliament approving the new rules of the game on the Iranian side. Now the diplomats of both sides are going to talk with the Omanis. The Omanis will come up with their own system. So probably in the near future, a tanker can choose where is he going to cross the Strait of Hormuz, via Iranian territorial waters, via Omani territorial waters, or if it's in the middle, he's going to have to pay to somebody. So they are all discussing these details, but the previous status of the Strait of Hormuz is gone. It's not going to go back. So if our baboon of Barbaria decides to, I won, mission accomplished, I'm leaving, it's up to you to solve this problem, this means that he lost the war completely, irreversibly. There's no way to spin a win when you lost the Strait of Hormuz to your enemy, literally, which is what's already happening. And of course, the ramifications. Petro, you won. All the Gulf petromonarchies re-studying their military alliance, probably, steering towards
long-term consequences that go on after
weapons. Exactly.
Past Trump's presidency. So that's something that one could say that this doesn't impact Trump's presidency as much if in 5 years from now the Gulf are talking to the US about moving American bases out of their countries, because that's a long-term decision that could happen in 3, 4, 5 years from now. But that'll be way past Trump as president. That'll be not the next president, but the one after that.
But these bases are not coming back, Mario. This is something that I would say very few people are already looking into the near future. These bases are not coming back. If they come back, Iran is going to bomb them all over again. There's no question about that. So this means that the Gulf, they need to reassess, which is something that maybe MBS will be the first. MBS will probably he's already taking the lead in a way. Let's see if he manages to implement that. We're not going to buy American weapons anymore. That's a problem. All his money is in London and New York. His money is going to disappear if he does that. So is he ready to take the tumble? We don't know. But there is already a reevaluation. You're going to have to compose with Iran somehow. Because the vulnerability of the Gulf as a whole, now it's everybody can see it. So return to the status quo ante, out of the question. It's too early to tell where it's going. But the Strait of Hormuz is the holy grail of the whole equation.
Yeah, agree.
No question about it. Everything revolves about Hormuz. And the cards, once again, are over there. They are not in Mar-a-Lago.
Pepe, absolute pleasure as always. I'm going to have
My pleasure. This was helpful for our viewers. And maybe we're going to have some action in a few hours. Then.
I'm going to be streaming now. I'm going to be streaming for 5 hours.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got Wilkerson joining now any second. And then I've got Aaron Mate. Dimitri, do you know Dimitri Lascaris? He was just in Iran. He'll be coming on in 2 hours.
I'm going to be on his show next week. Yeah, he was in the Strait of Hormuz.
He's crazy. He's crazy.
No, but these guys are they invited me for this trip. But I said, look, I had this was a trip with a few journalists. Yeah. There is that Iraqi American guy is very cool, Ahmad. He's a really cool guy. We met last year in Iran. But for this trip, I think there were only 4 or 5. But they went everywhere. It was amazing. Amazing. And the fact that they took the boat and went to that was an absolute killer. Yeah,
that was great.
Good, very good, excellent.
Absolute pleasure. Thank you as always, Pepe. Thank you so much for your time.
My pleasure. Cheers, man. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, my friend. So everyone, we've got Colonel Wilkerson joining now any second to discuss the downing of the F-15. And we've got reports that one of the pilots has already been rescued by American forces. Colonel, how are you, sir?
I've been better.
Yeah, tough times. It just continues to get worse. Let's talk about the development today. An F-15 was shut down. That's the first time in history that an F-15 is shut down in combat.
No.
And the first time since...
No.
An F-15, isn't that the first time? Putting the Kuwaiti friendly fire aside or when it's not in combat?
You need to check Scott Ritter's rant a few minutes ago. He's got detailed chapter and verse of the F-15 that went down during Desert Storm in Western Iraq, and they had they had to evade. I think one of them made it, the other one didn't. It's a riveting story.
Oh wow! Well, I'll when I bring him on, I'll start the show by saying, Scott, this is the first time ever that an F-15 was shut down, and he loses shit on me. He'll start yelling at me. Okay, so that'll be potentially the second time ever, but that is very significant nonetheless, and I think it's the first time a fighter jet's been shut down. Since the war in Yugoslavia by enemy fire, from what I understand. I'll ask people to fact check it. But either way, it's a very rare occurrence for that to happen, especially so late in the war. This is a month, more than a month into the war, when whatever air defense system was used to shoot down the F-15, they should have been all destroyed, especially if it's an S-300. That would be surprising. But what's your analysis of it from the limited information we have?
Well, what you just said is assuming that we have flown over Iranian airspace. I think that's a false assumption. We have been gliding bombs, directing missiles, and so forth from off Iranian airspace. Had we been flying repeatedly, as Bibi Netanyahu likes to claim, and had the Israelis been flying repeatedly over Iranian airspace, thus establishing what used to be called air superiority or even air supremacy, as Bibi says, we'd have had a lot more shot down. We weren't. We were using munitions that were fired from offshore, if you will, or off border, if you will. This probably was a strayed aircraft, or maybe it was intentional. Maybe they were trying to see if there was anything down there, and they found out there was. But I think if we'd have been flying aircraft directly over Iranian airspace, especially in key areas where we would have been bombing, we'd have had more aircraft shot down. So that was the strength of our air position, is that we weren't actually overflying dangerous territory. We were sending our bombs in from elsewhere. And that's the quote beauty unquote of these guided bombs and JDAM kits that you just put on an iron bomb and make it a guided bomb, and the long range missiles. You don't have to overfly your target. I don't know that that's the case with this F-15E, but I suspect it must have strayed a little bit closer than it should have, and it found out that they, in that particular area, did have some air defense, and they shot them down.
So that's a very interesting point. So you're saying the fighter jets haven't really gone over deep into Iranian territory over Iranian territory at all, and this F-15 might have tested going over that territory. But then we also have footage. I'll ask the team to put it up, where you've got all these different aircraft that are very low flying, and they're larger aircraft that are easier to shoot down. Doesn't that indicate that they do have air dominance? The C-130s, the Black Hawks, the A-10s that are flying around. Not sure if you've seen the footage over that territory, the Kazakhstan province. For those to fly so low, doesn't it mean there's air dominance at least in that region? Because none of those have been shot down so far, and they have allegedly rescued one pilot so far. No comment from CENTCOM yet.
They could have established local air superiority in a very select area where they're guarding it carefully. The other reason that I say that they don't overfly Iranian airspace is purely technical. If you look at the distances from which we're flying, these aircraft don't have those kind of legs. And you're definitely not going to risk a tanker in a refueling effort over Iranian airspace. You're going to do it out someplace where you don't think they can reach, or at least it's very difficult for them to reach. So these aircraft don't have the legs that would allow them to operate, for example, from the carrier that's out 1,300 kilometers in the North Arabian Sea, or even if they were operating from Al Udeid or Prince Sultan or whatever. They don't have the legs to do that without tanking, and I don't think we'd be risking tankers to this kind of fire. We've already had tankers damaged. We've had tankers, the one in Iraq, of course, we now know. I think positively we know it was hit by a shoulder-fired missile from an Iraqi militia.
Which one is that? Which one is that?
This is the very first ones. You will recall that they said they collided. We have information contradicting that, including one of the pilots in the other aircraft who said he saw the missile come up and hit the tanker. Wow. So, but I have real inhibitions thinking that we're overflying regularly Iranian airspace with the capacity that they have. We may be, but I don't think so. I think that's been one of the lies we and Bibi have been telling all along, because they know that they're delivering the munitions in a precise manner. They're delivering them incredibly in incredible amounts. They're destroying all manner of schools and hospitals and bridges and everything else. But I think they're doing that mostly with guided munitions that come basically from outside Iranian actual airspace. Now, this would have been a really dangerous CSAR, combat search and rescue mission here. I'm assuming they're doing it with Black Hawks, and I'm assuming they're doing it the normal way they do it. And those aircraft would have been extremely vulnerable. Even the drones, just a drone or something like that could really put the slam on one of those aircraft.
Yeah, they've also got the what's that drone called? The MQ.
The one that
they've shot a whole bunch of them. The MQ-9s. They've shot a whole bunch of them already. This is it. Apparently part of the reconnaissance.
Yeah,
the search and rescue operation.
I don't think I would guess, based on what the Houthis did to the Reapers, 6 or 7 of them they shot down, and they're very expensive aircraft. So I would guess that we are probably being very stingy about flying those over Iranian airspace, along the A-10s, along the border, if you will, over Iraqi territory or Syrian territory or Jordanian territory or whatever. maybe Omani territory, we might be flying them. But I doubt very seriously if we're flying them right over Iranian airspace.
Yeah, I'll show you another footage now. Lisa, I've just sent you through of a refueling operation happening during the search and rescue of two
of the Blackhawks, or
refueling tanker of the Blackhawks. Yeah, have you seen that one? But that's for that to happen. If you could play the footage I've just sent you, Lisa, for that to happen, wouldn't that show some sort of air dominance?
It depends on where they're doing it.
Hmm.
Are they doing it directly over Iranian territory, or are they doing it over the Gulf? Are they doing it over Oman? Are they doing it over Kuwait? These aren't terrible distances. You're talking about Kuwait to the other side of the Persian Gulf, about 160 kilometers. So they're not that long a distances unless you're thinking about an airborne operation or an Osprey operation. Then they become forbidding distances.
Yeah, this is the footage now. Just on the producer hasn't shown it yet. Just for the audience, this is, I'm not sure if you've seen that one. But you can see the Blackhawks there and the refueling tanker there between them. I'm just going to zoom in. That's it there.
Mm-hmm. And do we know where that is, though?
I don't know, but it looks like it's being filmed from Iran. No, we don't know. You're right. We don't know. It's a very valid point.
If I were doing it,
refueling this over.
Yeah, I'd probably be doing it over Omani airspace or Kuwaiti airspace. If I were doing it, I wouldn't take the chance of doing it over Iranian airspace. That's a lot of shootable down equipment there.
Exactly. So it'll probably be over Iraqi airspace, I guess.
Could be that too. Yeah.
Interesting. How significant would it be? So actually, before talking about the capture of the pilot, were you surprised when you saw an F-15 shot down, or is that something you could say is just part of the war and expected? So how would you compare that to what your expectations were of Iran's military capabilities this far into the war?
Well, it's still not a lot of U.S. aircraft or Israeli aircraft shot down. I mean, under a half dozen in the total thing, including the F-15s the Kuwaitis accidentally shot down. So it's not a great deal of attrition, no matter how it happened. But I am kind of surprised that the F-15 got hit, because just as I was surprised when Scott told me about the one in the Western Desert in Iraq, I didn't know one was shot down. And I was monitoring that war from the Pentagon with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. So these things happen sometimes and they don't get out too widely. This one, of course, was picked up pretty quickly because we're monitoring this war in a way that is probably a little more intense, and it's less military friendly. You know, the Desert Shield, Desert Storm was managed in a way that actually as a military man, I was in favor of, but as a citizen, I wasn't necessarily in favor of. We co-opted the press for that war. The press reported basically what we wanted them to report. It wasn't coercion. It actually was co-option, and it was done fairly well, demonstrated most dramatically by, I think it was a CNN reporter who's in a foxhole with some of the GIs during the war, the ground phase of the war, and he's reporting from the foxhole, and he ends his reporting with, "But I'm here with them. I'm not in any way biased." Of course, we'd captured him and put him in a foxhole and told him what, dude, this is what's happening. This is what's happening. That was probably the most managed press in the history of warfare involving the U.S.
Talking about press, how significant is it? I was talking to Pepe Escobar about it earlier. If they do capture a pilot, from a propaganda perspective, from the information warfare that we're seeing, how significant for the Iranian people to rally support, but also politically for Trump?
I think it's significant for the Iranians, because I think I agree with the ones I have talked to this point who live in this country. They won't do anything to the individual. They're not going to, hang him in the street or burn him. Think about Mogadishu, for example, in the Black Hawk Down business, where the warrant officer was dragged through the streets with burned carcass. The Iranians are not that sort of people, in my view. They wouldn't do that. They would maybe put him on camera and show him, but they're not going to torture him or anything like that. But it would be a major coup for them, if you will, because the vaunted U.S. Air Force is down on the ground in Iran now. It'd be I think personally, it'd be an even bigger coup if they got an Israeli. And I'm not exactly sure that they would be so lenient toward an Israeli pilot, which is one reason I don't they do too close a flying either, because they don't want to lose people to that air defense. It'd be a victory for them in that sense, and it would be a loss for us, particularly for Trump, who puts so much store behind these visual aspects of war that really are inconsequential in the greater scheme of things. But that's all important to him. That bridge that he took down, that civilian bridge that wasn't even finished yet, a war crime, a clear war crime. And he's chortling about it and talking about how, hey, you're going to use that bridge anymore? You're not going to use that bridge again. Well, of course, the Iranians will just rebuild it. And as our chief said the other day, his 3 conditions included reparations. So Donald, somebody in the United States, if we're ever going to have good relations with Iran again, is going to have to be thinking about reparations. And that bridge will probably be one of the things we have to pay in part for rebuilding.
So the Americans are saying this bridge was used to transport Iran IRGC military equipment and missiles.
Well, basically, it wasn't even finished. As I understand it, in the photos I've seen, it wasn't even finished. And the individual I know who lives in the vicinity of it said it wasn't even finished. Now, it could have been finished enough to where you could throw some planks down, so to speak, and cover the unfinished part and move military goods across there. But I doubt very seriously it's not in a position for that sort of thing to be happening. Not really. And why would they do that above ground like that when they're being bombed so mercilessly above ground? It just doesn't make any sense. And the Iranians are not stupid. I have not seen anything to indicate to me that in terms of the way they're conducting this war, that they're stupid.
Oh, they're very strategic in the way they're trying to cause that split between Europe and the US.
And have. I think they have.
And yeah, of course. We've seen the Europe stand up to Trump in ways we haven't seen before.
Right. And Trump's own remarks in Florida about MBS have, I think, severed the U.S.-Riyadh relationship forever.
Shit. The consequences of this war are going to be felt for so many years. It's going to be talked about for so long, even though it's likely going to be a short war.
It's going to be talked about as the inception, I think, as the historical inception of the downfall of the American empire.
What do you make of the strike on the Prince Al Sultan base as well? Has $1.2 billion worth of damages, a lot more than the aircraft that were shot while in combat, obviously. Yeah, even if you put in the drones that were shot down, about 10 or 12 of them, whatever it is. Is the US ready for the drone warfare that it's dealing with right now?
No.
Because I've had... Yeah.
It is not. And here's what I think is going to be earth-shattering if they execute it. If you look at Iran's first tier target list and the targets that they so devastatingly struck, all the way from Bahrain and the Gulf's largest refinement facility, now utterly destroyed, and our radars and early warning devices too, along with it, all the way up to where we knew they knew in Erbil that the CIA and Mossad and MI6 had an underground intelligence watching intelligence concern, and had hit it a couple of times with minor missiles just to show the Israelis in particular that they knew it was in Kurdistan in northern Iraq. They utterly destroyed it this time. So that array of targets was basically an array that they said very clearly was U.S. targets. If they got something that belonged to Saudi Arabia or to Iraq or to some other regional country, they apologized. They weren't intending to do that. Well, this second tier of targets that they have on the table, so to speak, to hit, that tier is beyond that, completely beyond that, is all manner of things. It's Ras Tanura at 550,000 barrels a day. It's the other place, Eunice, I think it's called. 7% of the world's now Libya-like sweet crude oil. 7% of the world's supply comes from there. It's something like 7.5 million barrels a day that's processed through there, and other places like that. they're going to hit all those. And they don't care about Riyadh, and they don't care about Baghdad, and they don't care about Cairo, and they don't care about Amman or any place else. They're just going to hit them all. That is going to bring the globe probably into certainly recession. I think by some economic measures, we're already in recession 2 quarters in a row. But this is going to be depression, and it's going to be global depression. And that's going to make a whole hell of a lot of difference to probably 2/3 of the world. Ultimately, even Russia, because the windfall profits they're making off oil right now will be impacted by this slowdown and ultimate probably stoppage of global commerce. And one of the comments you made earlier, I slightly disagree with. The Strait of Hormuz is a critical strait, but it is nowhere even close to the Bab el-Mandeb. About 60% of the world's everything, from soybeans to wheat to other crops to oil and products like that, flows through the Red Sea and the Suez Canal. If you say you've got to stop that completely and go around the other ways, you've just increased the cost enormously. And you've shut down one of the best and most prolific waterways in the world. Now, let me hasten to say that what is happening with China right now, and one of the reasons I think there are people behind Trump who are for this war with Iran for absolutely other reasons than are being expressed, is because Iran anchors in a very real way, geographic and also ideologically, the southern base road of China, whose aim is to, with the northern, the north central, the central, and now this southern base road, take commerce 60 to 70% almost immediately, all of which comes from Asia, off the seas and put it on land, basically on railroads. So what you see with that central road, for example, which Ukraine has sort of put a kink in right now, that central road will take Chinese produce from its Pacific ports off the sea and about a 2 to 2.5 day, fairly expensive transit, and put it on rails 16 hours into the heart of Europe. So we're talking about
through Iran. Is that the one that goes through Iran
yes.
and Armenia, Azerbaijan, that
yes.
corridor?
Yeah, the one that follows the very same route that we used and the British used prior to World War II and during World War II to supply the Soviet Union, and actually probably had as much to do with Stalingrad and the victory there as anything else. As much came up that road as came through Murmansk, the more noted logistical support for the Soviet Union.
How far is that from being built?
It was very close. It's very close. The first trains have traversed it all the way up to the southern part of the Gulf, and they were getting ready to do the first train, as I understand it, that would go all the way up to Armenia and Azerbaijan.
So where does that go from? Where does it start? Do you know?
It starts somewhere around Shanghai.
Okay, I mean, where does it start? So that they offboard from the sea to land on an Iranian port or a Gulf port?
No, it's all on land in Iran. It's all in the southern rim.
Directly from sea, from a Chinese port somewhere.
It's land all the way to the Pacific ports. It goes Iran,
oh, wow.
India. It's a huge success, really. They put the first train through it about a year ago, I guess, a sort of a test train.
These are the things that people don't talk about. These are all things that are being taken into consideration when decisions like this are being made.
Absolutely.
They're what shapes how the new world order would look like. That's the silent war being fought, the economic war that's being fought. And what I would say is the main reason for most actual wars we fight. That's my opinion. Obviously, some people
you're right.
more on Israel. You were just explaining earlier, and by the way, because I'm getting news in the meantime, there was a report that Iran put out a reward for anyone that finds shares any information on the whereabouts of this second pilot, and that reward has just been increased from $60,000 to $90,000 on it's a bounty for any information on the whereabouts of that second pilot. So it just came in a few minutes ago. I have a question for you. Just talking on the Strait of Hormuz, the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, the Suez Canal. So we know that the Strait of Hormuz is controlled pretty much fully controlled by Iran right now. They're already letting through some ships more than before in the last few days and charging a bounty. Iran is making more money right now, not Iran. The IRGC is making more money right now than before the war, exporting more oil, slightly more, at a higher price, and also charging bounty for ships going through the Suez. Then you've got the Bab el-Mandeb Straits. How much influence do you think the Houthis have on that strait? And if you can also expand on the Suez Canal, what role that plays in all this?
Well, the Houthis, I think, have already shown the power that they have with regard to the Red Sea. If they make a decision, and I'm informed somewhat reliably that they have, that they are going to do what they did before in spades, and I suspect in spades means maybe even Russian, perhaps even Chinese help now, so long as those ships aren't impacted.
Wow.
And the Houthis are pretty good about discriminating as to which ships are impacted and which aren't. So if you look at the military presence on that sea too, in Djibouti, you've got, one Marine said to me, if we put another Marine on there, we'll sink it. It's the US, it's France, it's Japan. I think it's Britain. Maybe even the Chinese put a detachment there. I mean, the Djibouti government is making a fortune off all of them, of course, soaking them for whatever it can get out of them. But that is a very strategic point right now. Erdogan desperately tried to get some space there, couldn't get it, so he's trying to get it up the coast a little ways. That shows you how important that sea is, that everyone has that interest in it.
It's been important for I don't know, centuries probably.
Yes.
The French used to have a base there as well, and other European countries tried to have more control of that strait.
Right. And let's go back in time for a while and say, if you remember the way the whole Eastern Empire situation shifted almost, well, in their terms, about 70 years, was exactly what we're talking about right now. A lot of people got sick and tired in the Byzantine Empire and elsewhere. They got sick and tired of these rates they were having to pay for global maritime shipping. So they built land routes. And when they did that, they put a couple of maritime empires out of business, the Portuguese for one. That's sort of what we're talking about happening now. And who has, at least historically speaking, since World War II in particular, after the British sort of faded, who has the maritime prowess now? Who has the bill of being the seakeeper, the freedom of navigation keeper and all that? The U.S. So what that does is take the maritime aspect of our empire and say to hell with it, because we're going to go over land from now on, and we don't even need you. We don't need you at all. But
in the short term, the Bab el-Mandeb Straits is controlled by the Houthis, as you said. And they've shown that their ability to control it. And obviously the Strait of Hormuz is controlled by Iran. Now Saudi benefits through their pipelines, at least for now, unless Iran decides to bomb them. They've got the pipelines that go through all the way to the Red Sea, and they go out of the
but they would be very easily interdicted by the Houthis.
Exactly. The Houthis have shot them before years ago in that war. Now what role does the Suez Canal play? How much volume can that take?
And well, of course, to get out of the Red Sea, you got to go through the Suez Canal. So you're talking about a very critical strait, if you will. The other thing in this that I'm not quite sure of, I've tried to get a hold of a good copy of the Law of the Sea Treaty. I don't know what we're talking about here with regard to the Law of the Sea Treaty and how it describes, designates, and makes an international law, international straits, as it calls them, not influenceable by a single power. Now that's international law, so you have to, back up and say, as Mao did, that comes out of the barrel of a gun. But nonetheless, most of the world is signatory to the Law of the Sea Treaty, and that specifies what you can do in these straits, and even more importantly, what you can't do. So I'm really curious as to how we would say some of the things the Iranians are saying about their controlling the Strait of Hormuz or controlling any strait, the Bab el-Mandeb or whatever, because I think they're covered in this treaty fairly intensely in terms of what's international water, what is territorial water and what must remain, regardless of the narrowness of the strait. And the Strait of Hormuz is fairly narrow down there where the last egress is made. Dimitri Lascaris took us a day or two ago on a boat with a video camera. Brave man, he. So what does it say? What does the Law of the Sea Treaty say about the Strait of Hormuz? Can you make it a one-state ownership? I don't think you can.
Now they're doing a deal between Iran and Oman, as you know.
I'm not even sure you can do that. I think the
I don't think the international law, but I had someone say yesterday, I know it's the law of the sea, and sorry to interrupt you, but I've just been told that why would Iran even follow those laws? They're fighting right now an illegal war of aggression against them. So they're in a position now where, like, screw these laws.
Well, I like to think Iran is fighting no illegal war. We're fighting the illegal war. They're fighting the legal war.
No, I mean, they're victims to an illegal war. I mean,
yes.
That was so yeah. They're just being, and by the way, just as you're speaking, Colonel, to give you some context, there were reports of a Black Hawk helicopter that was shut down. That was not shut down, that was shot. Now, according to who was it? According to Newsmax, 2 U.S. officials now confirmed to Newsmax that one of the pilots has been rescued. Search and rescue operations continue. We've seen video of hasty helicopters. One source tells me a Black Hawk may have also been hit, not shut down, hit over Iran while conducting rescue operations to find the second F-15 pilot. I'm told the Black Hawk was tailed by a trail of smoke as it crossed into southern Iraq from Iran today. So that's just came in today as well. Iran did make the claim, and now we have information. And there's something more significant that happened. Iran has, according to Wall Street Journal and Intelligence Online, Iran has just rejected Pakistan's offer to mediate in the conflict. Qatar will now take the lead ahead of next week's talks. They've rejected. Yeah. So that's according to Intelligence Online, and it's even more dramatic than that. According to Wall Street Journal, I'll read out what Wall Street Journal said. I was just reading it there. Iran has rejected all U.S. requests to seek an end to the war, Colonel, and refuses to meet with American officials in Islamabad.
And that's pretty much what Foreign Minister Araghchi said to Al Jazeera English.
But I thought this is more of a public statement. But now, because you know how the rhetoric is one thing, what they say public is one thing, but behind the scenes is another. It seems that he meant what he said.
I don't doubt it. Were you referring to the 5-point plan that China and Pakistan put out? Is that?
I think so. There's talking about the mediation by Pakistan. I don't know if that's the meeting that was being. I don't think that's that plan. That's, I think, the meeting that was being organized maybe with J.D. Vance or some others on the U.S. side and the Iranian delegation, where one of them got actually shot by Israel. Israel tried to kill one of them 2 days ago. They killed his wife, and he's in critical condition according to some reports. He was the former foreign minister that was helping organize those mediations in Pakistan. Well, he was shot 2 days ago. That really upset me. So I'm not sure if that's related to the court to the meeting being cancelled. But there you go.
I know that from listening to the foreign minister, their complete renunciation of whatever is being presented to them, and it isn't. Also from him, it isn't being presented to them directly. There have never been any talks between Witkoff, Kushner, or any of Trump's team, Rubio, whatever, and Iranians. It's all been third and fourth parties and third and fourth dialogues, if you will.
I think the Iranians are in a position they don't want to talk.
Yeah, that's it. And Araghchi was very clear about that. They're duplicitous. They lie. They cheat. We don't want to talk to them. And I think he's adamant about that. And the fact that he comes on as he does in English, not always in English. He did one in Farsi and had to be translated with Al Jazeera English. But usually when he comes on in English, it's kind of like Netanyahu using Hebrew, except Araghchi is straight shooting honest, and Netanyahu is a liar and uses English to lie and best. So when Araghchi says what he said, I see that this has failed. This has failed completely. It's done exactly what every air campaign in the history of air power has done.
Colonel, it's worse. It hasn't only failed where it hasn't achieved its objective. It's achieving the opposite, and that worries me because Iran is because they have the upper hand, they're boxing Trump in. And I worry that could lead Trump to lash out in very violent ways, because it doesn't seem like someone that would like to be boxed in. So if Iran doesn't give him an off-ramp, if Iran starts to cause that a split between him and Europe, and maybe with the support of China and Russia, and China supplying components to Iran, Iran is making more money through the control of Strait of Hormuz, through the toll booth of charging $2 million per vessel, by exporting more oil at a higher price. They're making more money, the IRGC is, and they're getting drones, allegedly not confirmed, from Russia. So you put all these things together. Iran they want to avenge the death of Khamenei. They want to deter this happening ever again, so causing as much damage as possible to the US so it doesn't happen for decades to come. And they could be getting enough support from China and Russia that are recommending for this war to go on, because that's the best way, their best opportunity to weaken the US, more than Ukraine, more than anything else, more than any other opportunity they've had in a long time.
And you just summed up Arachi's last point. You must leave the region completely. There must be no vestige of U.S. military power or even a resemblance of it left in the region. That's a condition that they have for ending this conflict.
I just didn't think, I thought that was a negotiating. I didn't know it was a condition. I thought it was a negotiating position.
Oh, I think it's the way he stated it. It is it. You have to get out. You have to get out. You can come back if you want to bring some tourists or something like that, but you're not going to have any military power left in Southwest Asia, period. That's our exit position from this. And I'm not clear what you mean about Trump going further. Are you talking about using nuclear weapons on Iran?
No. Energy infrastructure, more bridges, destroying the country from a civil perspective as well. From a civilian infrastructure perspective, destroying their energy. I know that Iran will retaliate by striking Gulf energy, but then the question is, how much does Trump care? Because he cares, but everything has a limit. And where he's being boxed in, and that's going to be a political loss for him, that could be enough for him to put his political survival above the interests of the Gulf.
Well, now you're talking about what we were talking about, a group of us earlier this week. We have to get rid of Donald Trump, and we have to get rid of Darth Vader too, known as Peter Hegseth. I think that is for the survival of the United States. I think that probably is a sine qua non now. We have to get rid of this administration. How we do that is another matter altogether. But in terms of him doing something with regard to Iran, might be any more dangerous to the global economy or global, whatever you want to call it. I don't think he's got it within his capability. I don't think the empire has it within its capability anymore. That is falling off fast because we're losing all of our support around the world. We've destroyed NATO. It's gone. It's finished. The EU is also finished. Every government in Europe within the next 18 to 24 months is going to change. And when it changes, it's going to reflect the majority of the people, or as much as possible within their convoluted systems. And it's going to change the whole approach of Europe. I'm worried about Europe in that regard because it looks like it might be going back to something like a 1930s Europe, which I don't think is a positive thing. But he doesn't give a shit about that. He doesn't care. So I don't think he's going to be anything but isolated in the world. And I don't think he's got the kind of power generation capability remaining to be frightful with that power, except maybe to the American people. And that's what's increasingly concerning me and people with whom I talk, in the Republican Party even.
By the way, this is the Black Hawk helicopter. If you can maximize, it's already maximized. Apparently, that's the one that, I don't see any smoke, but there's reports that was the Black Hawk helicopter flying into Iraqi territory with trailing smoke behind it. I don't see the smoke in that video unless it's the other one. There's another one right behind it. I'm just trying to see on my laptop.
That looks like down around Basra. I don't know.
But... So there's reports. That's the one that Newsmax reporting that they had smoke belonging behind it, a bit of smoke behind it. So it wasn't down, but it was hit. I think it's that significant for a Black Hawk helicopter to be hit. I think the downing of the F-15 is a lot more significant. But just going back, we're talking about the long-term consequences of this. The developments today, and also, have you seen the report that, according to CNN, intelligence officials have told them, or sources have told them, that Iranian missile launchers and drones, but mainly missile launchers, they still have about half of them left, missile launchers. There was a report just a few days before that. That was only a third left. Now it's a half. It's possible they don't even know.
It's not just that. I think our intelligence is abominable, and even more shocking to me, so is Mossad's, increasingly so. But what I'm being told and what I find believable, knowing what I know with what I did with the Q-Con network and the North Koreans and others who at that time were helping the Iranians to understand underground terrain and to build in underground terrain. No one's better than that than Pyongyang. They have the capability underground to continue manufacturing missiles. So they're not going to run out of missiles. They actually can make them.
They have the ability to make missiles underground. It's not that difficult.
And
I knew drones could be made underground, but I didn't know missiles could be made underground.
Well, we're talking about very sophisticated missiles like the Karam Shah, which is a Mach 3, Mach 4, Mach 5, depending on whom you talk to and what version you're looking at. And not only that, I'm told also that they have, and Ted Postall has convinced me of this, they also have the capability underground, completely underground, to not only take what they have already enriched, which is probably weapon grade already, but to match it to a warhead and to match that to a missile. And so at any moment, they could do what the North Koreans did to us in October of 2002, when we came with a magnificent economic package to tell them, here, we're going to give you all this if you'll just stop your nuclear program. And Chu and Yi Gun, the nuclear negotiators at that time, looked at our man, Jim Kelly, and said, we already have bombs, 6 to 12 of them.
Wow.
So if Iran were to do that, if she is doing that right now, then that really throws another element into this ballgame too. And I think they would be doing it for one reason, because they know that Bibi might get desperate enough to threaten them with one or even to use one. And they want to be able to pay him back.
Is there any chance that the ground troops option is being reconsidered right now with these developments? Because every day that passes, it looks worse and worse of an idea.
I don't actually think the military of the United States was contemplating ground action other than possibly a Delta Force Ranger, perhaps other special ops backed 160th SOAR, for example, operation to go in and try to find and get their hands on this enriched uranium. And even if that were the purpose, it's phantasmagorical, because just think of the weight they would have to carry out. Just think of moving that. But I think that was the only thing they were really contemplating. A Venezuela type operation ×2, if you will.
Can you expand on that?
Well, one, we do not have the ground forces that would even begin to dent Iran if we were to use them. We couldn't.
Even if it's capturing some of those islands?
Well, capturing the islands would be a special operation too. It might be augmented and supported by regular troops, but it would be essentially a Delta Force SEAL Team 6 MU type operation. I don't think they're going to do that, because I think they've studied it very closely now. Even Carter Island, they've studied that very closely, and they understand how desperate an action that would be and how deadly it would be because of the desperate nature of it. It's not an easy mission at all. And you look at the terrain is forbidding in terms of how you get there, what the equipment you get there with, how you get it there intact, how you keep the aircraft intact, and how you egress. It's just a monumental problem. And during that whole time, you're probably brought under fire by systems that you don't even know where they are right now. One of the things we have absolutely corroborated is that Iran fundamentally cleaned out Mossad's agents, if you will, in that region, especially in the southern. Yeah, cleaned them out. So they don't have any eyes now. They really don't have any eyes. The eyes were these Israeli agents who were, Kurds, Azerbaijanis, Azeris, and so forth, that they were paying to do this and that in that region. they wiped them out. The Iranians got them all. And where they got them, this is really ironic, where they got the last vestiges of them was when we were trying to back the Iranians, yes, right, back the Iranians in overthrowing their government. Because we saw the Mossad, MI6, and CIA people pushing the people into the battle. And the Iranians were sitting there with a notebook writing down these people's names, and afterwards captured them all.
What do you make of the generals that were fired as well by Hegseth? How related to the war that is? If I ask you to speculate, what would it be most likely? How significant is it? Because most of them have been let go. I think there's only one left at that seniority.
I can't say that it doesn't have to do with the war. That has got to be percolating in all their minds. But Randy George, I think, the chief of staff of the Army, had a real bone to pick with Hegseth and picked it over the 2 blacks and the 2 women who were taken off the brigadier general promotion list. He didn't like that at all. That is major interference in the responsibilities of the Army and the chief in particular. And I think that's what got him in trouble. And then the head of chaplains, I think what got him in trouble was he didn't like Hegseth as demilitarizing them, taking them out of their uniforms, not putting rank on them, disturbing the equanimity of the chaplains corps, and doing it in this sort of, I call it Darth Vader way, this Christian nationalist way. That's why I think he let the chief of chaplains go. And others, I'm hearing others are going too. And they're in that same vein.
I know, but 3 of them total, I think.
Yeah, but I'm hearing other people down below that are going also, being reassigned elsewhere. And it has a lot to do with Hegseth's penchant for prayer meetings and Christian nationalism and crusader-like words and practices. They don't like that. They see that as being very injurious to the good order, discipline, and morale of the armed forces. And they also see it increasingly as preparation for a Praetorian Guard that will be more amenable to what Hegseth orders them to do if and when he has to do it.
Colonel, last question. Where do you see this by the end of this month?
Not much advanced, other than perhaps a lot more tragedies occurring, especially for the empire. If Trump doesn't, what he really needs to do is declare victory and leave. But then you say, how does he do that with Bibi Netanyahu increasingly imperiled, even in Lebanon, let alone elsewhere? I mean, Lebanon the Hezbollah is handing Bibi and the IDF their rear end. They're taking those tanks out at a rate that the IDF vaunted armored corps probably never dreamed would happen to them unless they got into another full-scale 67 armored war. They are losing in Lebanon. And that's the reason he's doubling down. That's the reason he's called up another 400,000 reservists who, if they perform like the 300,000 that came before them, 30% of them won't even show up. He's got significant problems, all of which he's brought on himself by this grandiose attitude he has about greater Israel and making sure it happens on his watch. So I don't know how Trump divests himself of that ally, if you will, but he's got to declare victory and leave in some fashion. And he's got to try to mend the relations with other Gulf states. I don't think he's going to be successful there. Telling an audience in Florida that MBS kisses his butt was the last straw for Mohammed bin Salman, probably.
That was a crazy comment.
Insane. He had to have been high on something. I mean, even Trump is not that stupid. And yet he said it.
Do you think they'll react? Sorry, just on that point, do you think they'll respond in any way? Would that change the alliance?
Well, they already have. They invited Zelensky in, and they're dealing with Zelensky now as potentially the new insurer of Saudi Arabian defenses. And Zelensky is lapping this up because it gives him real leverage now, not only with Russia, but it gives him leverage with the Europeans and with us.
Wow, Colonel. Absolute pleasure to have you on the show. I could speak to you for at least another hour. We've got Aaron Mata joining in 10 minutes. But it's I appreciate your time, Colonel. Thank you so much.
Surely. Thank you, and tell Aaron I said hello.
Will do. He'll be joining in a few minutes. Thank you, Colonel. So everyone, we've got Aaron Marty joining in about 10 minutes. In the meantime, we've just got reports now that according to a source to Newsmax, Carla from Newsmax, according to that source, the Black Hawk that was part of the search and rescue efforts may have also been hit over Iran. So it's not downed, it was just hit, and it flew into Iraqi territory. So it was hit during the rescue operation, looking for the second pilot. The first pilot was rescued. No pilots were captured by Iran. Iran have increased their bounty from, I think, $60,000 to $90,000. Also, there's an alert in Lebanon by the American Embassy in Lebanon. Let me read that out to you guys as well. That just came in while I was speaking to the Colonel. And we'll be talking a bit about Lebanon with Aaron. First, we'll talk about the developments with the downing of the F-15. So, according to the U.S. Embassy of Beirut, I'll read out the alert that came out. The security situation in Lebanon is volatile and unpredictable. Airstrikes, drones, and rocket attacks occur throughout the country, especially in the south, the Bekaa, and parts of Beirut. Iran and its aligned terrorist militia may intend to target universities in Lebanon. So we know that Iran gave a warning to American universities, and there's a large American university in Lebanon. They warned that they will be targeting those infrastructures or those centers. So, and that's in response to America. So Trump making the threats that he'll target Iranian infrastructure and take Iran back to the Stone Age. And yesterday or 2 days ago, he struck the Iranian bridge, as you also, and we talked about it with the Colonel. Iran has made those threats, but they've also threatened bridges in the Gulf, including the UAE, I think Bahrain. I'll keep reading that alert by the embassy. Iran has specifically threatened American universities across the Middle East. If you are in the country, the Department of State urges U.S. citizens to depart Lebanon while commercial flight options remain available. I didn't even know there's commercial flights coming out of Lebanon throughout this war, but Lebanon has always flown civilian aircraft throughout airstrikes in the past couple of years, including the last Hezbollah-Israel war. But that alert came out less than an hour ago while we're doing the interview, so I'm just going to make sure the team posts it. We've also got Trump, and that's a pretty big one as well. We just talked about it with the Colonel, and I'll talk to Aaron about it. According to the Wall Street Journal, latest efforts to reach ceasefire hit a dead end. That's the title of the Wall Street Journal article. Quote, Iran has rejected all U.S. requests to seek an end to the war and refuses to meet with American officials in Islamabad. So there were negotiations that were meant to go on. I was telling the Colonel as well. In Pakistan, Pakistan was taking a leading role in brokering those negotiations. That's because Pakistan is suffering, one of the countries suffering the most from the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, even though some ships are going through the straits, the increase in energy prices and the massive supply shock. We saw the massive divergence yesterday between dated crude and futures, which means crude, for anyone that needs crude right now, the price is significantly higher, the highest it's been since 2008, because of the massive lack of the massive shortage that we're facing. Aaron, how are you? Been a while.
Hey Mario, how you doing?
Good, man. Good. Struggling to make sense of everything. You know, I've said this a few times, but it just keeps getting worse. We have the F-15 shot, as you know, one pilot rescued, one pilot still missing. Iran trying to capture the second pilot. We have a Black Hawk helicopter that was shot. More importantly, the Wall Street Journals is reporting that the mediation efforts that were being brokered by Pakistan have hit a dead end because Iran rejected all U.S. requests to seek an end to the war. There's no counter proposal whatsoever. And that comes 2 days. I'm not sure if you saw the report that allegedly Israel targeted the person that was brokering that meeting between American delegation and the Iranian delegation in Pakistan. They tried to kill him. He's in critical condition. His wife is dead. Israel, you know me, I'm always trying to be as balanced as I can, but the things that Israel has done over the last 2 days have really, 2-3 days, the statement by the defense minister, the law that was passed by the Knesset, the death penalty for Palestinians, and the targeting of that negotiator that Trump was praising, and Trump wanted him to broker this meeting in Pakistan for Israel to target him. Just another shock to me. And we've got, as you were speaking as well, ballistic missiles being launched from Iran to Israel. Iran that has, according to recent reports, 50% of their launches, according to intelligence officials that spoke to CNN, 50% of their launches have not been destroyed, and of their drones. And I was just speaking to Colonel Wilkerson before this, and he was telling me that Iran could still manufacture missiles, not drones, missiles on the ground. Aaron, where are you at with all this?
Well, those stats that you relayed about Iran's remaining capacity, on top of the fact that they just shot down a U.S. fighter jet over their own territory, underscores that what's probably happening with Trump and the people around him is what happens in all major wars like this, where you just tell the president what he wants to hear. And he's not being given an honest assessment of the war, or maybe he himself just doesn't want to hear an honest assessment of the war. Even if he's being given it, he's not processing it, because he's been bragging about Iranian air defenses being wiped out and they have no army left. And they're showing that, in fact, that's not true. And Trump's then only strategy at this point appears to me to just blow up as much Iranian infrastructure as he can, sort of out of vengeance. He's gone after steel factories, medical research centers, including a really esteemed one that's been around for more than 100 years, university campuses, residential buildings. So if I'm looking at an end game here, Trump in his speech this week talked about wrapping up in 2 to 3 weeks. I think he'll blow up as much as he can, blow up Iran back to the Stone Ages, as he put it, proudly, and then call it quits. Because in terms of, some sort of negotiation being reached, I just don't see it happening, because what the U.S. continues to demand is Iran's surrender, that they give up support for their allies in the region, that they give up their capacity to defend itself, they give up peaceful enrichment of uranium, which Iran just won't do, because for Iran, that's compromising on their sovereignty. And they'd rather fight to the end than compromise on their sovereignty. So that's why these talks, to the extent they're happening between intermediaries, have gone nowhere. And I don't expect that there's a deal to be reached. Javad Zarif, the former foreign minister of Iran, published an article in Foreign Affairs today, laying out essentially a JCPOA plus, where the U.S. and Iran also sign a non-aggression pact. All sanctions by the U.S. are lifted, and Iran commits to the levels of enrichment that it had under the JCPOA of 3.67%. Strikes me as being very reasonable and pragmatic, but Trump is just not going to go there. He's
Why?
Because he staked his presidency on.
But he can call it a win. He can twist this into a win. He's a very good orator. He's calling it a win now. Anyone analyzing the war, even people that like Trump, and I've liked a lot of Trump's policies, even people that like Trump can look at the facts and see, all right, this is not going well for the US. I've spoken to Trump supporters on this show. But the average voter does not. The average voter sees Khamenei dead, nuclear capabilities eroded, their military capabilities eroded, and how many American deaths? 8, 12, which is obviously every death is a tragedy, but in the grand scheme of things, comparing to previous American wars, they would consider this a success militarily.
I agree with you, but the problem there is I don't think the average voter matters to Trump. He doesn't care about his voters. He doesn't care about his base. He was the guy who was promising back in 2015 when he first started to run for office that he was going to end these foreign wars. And he says the exact opposite of what he's doing now. He said, with all this money we've spent toppling foreign governments, we could spend rebuilding our roads and our infrastructure. Well, what did he just do this week as he's destroying Iran's infrastructure? He unveiled a record $1.5 trillion military budget. It's a 40% increase, and he wants to cut domestic programs. I don't think he cares about his base anymore. For whatever reason, he's totally in line with Benjamin Netanyahu, who wants to blow up the world if it means cementing U.S.-Israeli dominance of West Asia.
Do you think he will send troops on the ground, as Seymour Hersh said earlier? Seymour Hersh. So I'm not sure if people read this. Seymour Hersh, the journalist, blah blah blah, who correctly, I'll read it all. Seymour Hersh, the journalist who correctly predicted the bombing of Iran's nuclear facilities. I'm guessing that's during the Operation Midnight Hammer in the 12-day war, and broke the Nord Stream story. Says Trump's speech was a ground war announcement. Quote: Trump was telling the world that the ground war is on as of today. Thousands of Navy SEALs and Army Rangers are either en route or soon will be to zones within striking range of the Strait of Hormuz. He says Trump could have 50,000 fighters ready to clear the strait or dig out enriched uranium from tunnels under the nuclear sites. Hersh has one of the best track records in investigative journalism, blah, blah, blah. So that's Seymour Hersh. You agree that I didn't read the speech as such. I thought, if anything, it could be him declaring an off-ramp. But because Iran won't give him an off-ramp, he will use the troops.
Yes, I mean, Trump in his speech said we're going to wrap it up probably in 2 or 3 weeks, but that doesn't matter because he's prone to lying all the time. But if there is a ground invasion, and listen, you've spoken to experts who are much more informed than I am on these matters. It strikes me that if there is any kind of ground operation, it might be on one of these islands, but not a full-scale ground invasion of
100%. It'll be the islands, the Bumusa and the Tunub, the littler and bigger Tunub, or greater Tunub, which were the ones disputed between the UAE. So they're just at the gateway of the Strait of Hormuz, in the middle. So they'll just give more control of, probably allow for the opening of the Strait of Hormuz, and probably any troops on there may lead to long-term presence, and it could be a possibility because there has to be a long-term win for Trump. So a possibility that these islands are handed over to the UAE, which has always claimed sovereignty over that territory, this disputed territory. So that could be part of a bigger plan to then have an American ally control the Strait of Hormuz. But I just don't think, I think that ship has sailed.
Well, but that would make sense though, because the UAE is fully on board with fighting this war on Trump's behalf. And
you think so? I've seen a lot of reports on that.
They've called for essentially for Trump to finish the job, and they have a lot of money invested with Trump and his circle. So I could see him in his own mind seeing that as a win if he can steal some islands from Iran and claim that they're for the UAE. But I think at best, when it comes to a ground operation, that's what he would do. An actual ground invasion of Iranian territory, like the mainland, no way. I just don't see that happening. I just don't think like for that to happen, you have to build up a lot more of a force posture, and there's already a very big one, but you just don't. He doesn't have the capacity for that. So, but look, I can't predict whether he'll try to seize those islands or not. He also has hinted that he's going to give up on the Strait of Hormuz. He's in his speech on Wednesday, he talked about other nations like the Gulf states in Europe that you should go take it yourself because. And he's right that the energy going through there, although it impacts prices, the energy itself doesn't go to the U.S. So the U.S. doesn't need it to function as a society. So he might just, walk away from that one too. But no matter what happens, a lot more Iranian infrastructure is going to be destroyed because that's what he can hit. That bridge that was under construction between Tehran and Western areas. That was going to, ease traffic for millions of people. He blew that up. He's so proud of that. He shared video of that. That's the kind of targeting I think we're going to continue seeing over these next few weeks.
What do you make of what's happening in Lebanon? That is a heartbreaking story, especially those comments by the defense minister, because Israel's made it clear that Hezbollah is next after Iran. So when Iran ends, the war hasn't ended. Lebanon's kind of forgotten in all this, where 20% of the population has been displaced. Israel made a statement that they will... these statements would have gotten people up in arms just a few months ago, I'd say, or even before this war, but there's just so much happening. So in the midst of the distraction, the great distraction, Israel said that they will turn some of these villages on the border, like Khan Yunis and somewhere else, the same playbook in Gaza. Like, fuck.
Yes.
And then they say that all people that evacuated everything south of the Litani, over 600,000 people, Aaron, cannot return to their homes after the war finishes. I had, and I've said this on the show, for anyone that watches my shows knows this because I've said it before, but I told Jonathan and he agreed with me. I'm like, Jonathan, on the second one, the Gaza one for the villages, the about 2,000 homes on the border, Jonathan's argument is like, Mario, what do you expect? We've pulled out of Lebanese territory time and time again. We need some sort of buffer, and that will be the buffer. We've given Hezbollah many chances. That was his argument. I disagree with this. I think that's never a solution, just destroying people's homes. But on the second one, he agreed with me that people should be able to go back to their homes after the war ends. And he says the defense minister's statements, he hopes and he believes that those statements are more political for people back at home, but not going to be implemented practically, because it's just such a terrible thing to do, to not allow 20% of the population of Lebanon to go back to their homes. Like, fuck. Like, there's things that could be explained and debated. Gaza's definitely not, I wouldn't say it's one of them, but there's things that I just come across every line possible, because there's so many other better solutions. Like, work with the Lebanese army to secure that area and make sure no weapons flow through and have checkpoints everywhere. That's a better solution than saying no one can return to their homes, because that's step one of annexation.
Well, I'm much less. I have much less grace for the Israeli government. I think the only solution for them is either cease to exist as a Jewish supremacist state that threatens everybody, or end the occupation of Palestine, which would solve so many problems around the world. This war on Iran and in Lebanon, everything comes back to Israel's occupation, ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. That's why Iran and Hezbollah are being targeted, because they resist the Israeli project. They refuse to let this Jewish supremacist state just occupy Palestinians and deny them the right to freedom. And that's why, from the point of view of Israel and the U.S., they have to be destroyed. So that's the only solution to me. Israel's no business interfering in anything in Lebanon. Now, you can say Hezbollah, you can criticize, did they make tactical mistakes over time, intervening on behalf, in support of Palestine? Was that in their interest? Okay, but that's for Lebanese to decide. And Lebanon, is, as you know, is a very divided country. And it's worse. I mean, in terms of what they're doing, according to the New York Times, they've also told Christian and Druze communities in southern Lebanon to expel any Shiite Muslims that are sheltering with them. So after Hezbollah supporters, or at least people from Hezbollah supporting communities, have been expelled, ethnically cleansed, if they're taking refuge with any Christians and Druze, Israel's told Christians and Druze to expel them. So basically help Israel with their
In
ethnic
which
cleansing
territory?
campaign. In the south. In the
South
south.
of Lebanon.
Yes.
South of Litani.
Yeah.
Going back to the developments when it comes to Iran, how so there's something I'm trying to battle with, because I think the reason I made a post yesterday, I said if Iran opens the Strait of Hormuz, this war is over, because Trump obviously wants an off ramp. How far do you think Iran will go before they decide? Because they don't. Also, I've made the argument that maybe I'm wrong, but they don't want to see their country destroyed.
Yeah.
They would like some concessions. They would like the sanctions lifted, because that's destroying their country. They would like some sort of security guarantees. The extreme would be the removal of American bases over a period of time. That's kind of the extreme step. But a more logical one, or more pragmatic one, would be, I don't know what security guarantees you could have that are more pragmatic than that. But what do you think Iran would concede to, and where do you think Iran would draw the line?
Well, I thought Javad Zarif's proposals were
The one you
pretty,
just mentioned, yeah.
yeah, they're in Foreign Affairs. He just published it. Now, there are people inside Iran who say, forget it, Zarif, like, we're done even talking to the U.S., so don't even bother. So I'm not even sure. I mean, even though he's the former foreign minister, I'm not sure if he represents the thinking in Tehran. I suspect he doesn't. I mean, there's always been this talk of this split between so-called moderates.
Where did he make his proposal? Where was it?
It's in Foreign Affairs.
All right, nice. I'm gonna have the team. I'm not sure if we posted about it, but I'll make sure they
And,
post about it.
and he offers to reopen the strait, but he wants a non-aggression pact, all the sanctions lifted, reparations for the damage that the U.S. and Israel have done. And that strikes me as pretty reasonable, but would even Iran accept a deal with the U.S. at this point? I mean, they'd have every reason not to. I mean, I wouldn't blame them. I would love to see some sort of deal too, but I just don't know if it's possible so long as Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu are the ones in power. And look, Iran's point of view is that the Strait of Hormuz is open to people who aren't committing aggression against us. So they are letting some ships pass if they're not complicit in the war on Iran. And for them, going forward, given how the U.S. and Israel are just incapable of making deals, holding on to this choke point and collecting tolls is their way of extracting some compensation for all the damage that's been done.
They're making more money than they were before the war. That could be their
go.
compensation. That it could be allowing Iran to continue creating that toll booth where they get reparations, but not at the cost of the Americans. They get reparations on the cost of the American allies. That's a pretty hell of a win for at least short-term win for America first for Trump. There is Trump's strategy as well of causing a wedge between the US and their allies. Do you think that could work? We saw the French ship sail through the Strait of Hormuz. That's the first European flagged cargo ship that goes through that strait. So that could be pretty significant, where the Iranian strategy of not of rewarding countries that don't allow the US to use their bases may actually be working, because we saw Europe for the first time grow some balls and stand up to Trump.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, Keir Starmer even said, "This is not our war. We won't be pulled into it." And Trump is not happy about that. But then from Trump's point of view, he might think that the European allies don't matter anyway. I mean, like, he said that publicly. Now, maybe privately he thinks something differently. But at least in public, he likes to say that, all right, we'll forget them. And, like, we don't even need them. And he might respond to their failure to be fully subordinate to him by pulling out of NATO, or at least cutting off weapons.
You think it would? Is that a possibility? Because that would be pretty insane.
That would be pretty
massive
insane.
Step.
And he'd face huge pushback from his allies on Capitol Hill. So that might contain him there. But he's not gung-ho about the proxy war in Ukraine. He never has been. So he might retaliate there by I mean, he's not even funding weapons to Ukraine right now, but he is selling the weapons. So I could see him maybe restricting some of that, which he's already done. But look, he's in a bind, because I do think he needs his allies. Just going to war with Israel is not enough. Now, Europe, though, is so subordinate to the U.S. I mean, that's a result of the Ukraine proxy war, especially. They cut themselves off from cheap Russian energy that was powering so many economies, especially Germany. They made themselves dependent on American LNG, which is costly to ship, and but they have no choice, because they've weaned themselves off Russian gas, which also was cemented by whoever blew up the Nord Stream pipeline. I think that was the CIA, as Seymour Hersh reported. But whoever did it, the point is that made Europe even more dependent on the U.S. So there's also only so much they can do to defy Trump. But so far, they've held the line in terms of not joining this war.
And where do you think Israel's role is in this? Because Iran's been able to cause significant damage to Israel to this day. We saw the Passover strikes. They were probably the most significant in weeks, I think, in the war. So it just shows Iran's capabilities are there. But how far will Israel go? Because I know there's reports like the one a couple of days ago where they allegedly killed the negotiator, the former foreign minister that was brokering a peace summit. But why would they, if they're facing such heavy bombardment from Iran? Wouldn't they want the war to end, especially if their munitions are as low as some people report?
Yes, they would. And that's what caused the last war to end, when they weren't able to handle the barrage of Iranian retaliation. But I suspect the reason that they launched this round of aggression is because they thought that they could withstand it this time. Either they learn now that that's wrong, or they have some ace up their sleeve that we don't know about, including, I don't know, are they possibly considering nuclear weapons against Iran? It's possible.
I've heard that. Do you really think it's possible? I know a lot of people are talking
you can't
about
rule it out. Like,
man.
You can't rule it out with these.
But that is, Gaza's one thing. Using a nuclear weapon is a whole other thing. That's the way to become a pariah state. That's the way to lose support globally. There's no way that get out of this. Like, the damage that would cause them short and long term, everyone would turn against them. It'll become so toxic. Already we're seeing politicians gain traction in the US and other countries by their stance on Israel. And so we're seeing the tide turning. But you'd see a tsunami of disapproval ratings across the world if that happens. It's just not worth it. They don't need that.
They got away with 2 years of mass murder in Gaza. They're seizing, they're stealing now territory in Lebanon. They just passed a measure in their parliament authorizing ethnic-based executions, so executions for Palestinians only. This is a.
Can you explain that? Can you explain that further? The law that was passed, because the law itself doesn't say Palestinians, but essentially implies Palestinians, because the crime it targets is in a crime that usually is that there's convictions. All the convictions are usually Palestinians. Do you know what the law is? Have you looked into it? Because I know it doesn't explicitly say Palestinians.
Well, sure. It doesn't explicitly say Palestinians, but everyone knows that's exactly who it refers to, because the only people who could be punished for such crimes are Palestinian. And Palestinians who are kidnapped and tortured and held in Israeli prisons are convicted in military courts at a rate, far above 90%. So, of course, this only applies to Palestinians. That's why you had Israeli lawmakers popping, who are settlers themselves, popping champagne and celebrating and talking about how this will be done to to Palestinians. This is a state that's off the charts in its fanaticism, and for some reason gets a pass from both parties in the U.S. Although that's changing now because people are so appalled by what Israel has become and what it's done to the region. People are seeing the contrast between all this money going to wars on behalf of Israel. Trump just announcing a $1.5 trillion military budget, all this money being spent to fund this tiny little apartheid state while at home. Trump's saying that we can't even provide daycare, that we're too busy fighting wars. So really, I mean, the biggest question for me is, will there be an awakening inside the United States, especially among Trump's voters, who are promised the exact opposite of what he's doing? America first has become Israel first. No more foreign wars has become the most disastrous foreign war in recent memory. And people, meanwhile, here are struggling to pay the bills. And Trump has nothing to offer anyone. He just keeps pretending as if everything is going great, while people's investments, the value of their pensions, it is declining. So a lot depends on will there be a breaking point inside the U.S. And, the midterms, I think, will not be good for Trump, but maybe even before then. Things can happen very quickly, and it's bad right now. And Trump is in his speech, he had no exit strategy whatsoever. It was only that things are going great. In 2 to 3 weeks, we'll probably wrap it up. And in the meantime, we're going to bomb Iran back to the Stone Age.
What political impact do you think it will have? You started hinting at the midterms, but you said we may see an awakening. Are we seeing that? Because the polls haven't changed that much. The disapprovals, I think, is increased, but slightly. It wasn't that big of a change. Because I would have expected it to be, if you asked me this at the beginning of Trump's term, if you said, hey, what would you do if Doge is, I don't know if Doge is still around. And, you told me about the big, beautiful bill. You told me about increasing the defense budget. And they told me about the war in Iran. I tell you, come on. Like, there is no way we'd be there. And there's no way the MAGA voters would be fine with it. Even back during the 12-day war, no one would talk about full-blown war with Iran. And there was upheaval against that one-off strike, the Midnight Hammer operation.
It is true that Trump just has a strong base of support that no matter what he does, it just doesn't matter. But I saw a poll today saying that for the first time, Trump has a majority disapproval among the white working class, which is supposed to be his strongest base of support. Enough white working class voters voted for him in his 2 victorious elections to give him the win. And so that's a change. But you're right. He does still enjoy a cult-like following. Democrats are pretty terrible as an opposition. I mean, they've managed to come up with more outrage over Hassan Piker, the Twitch streamer, taking part in some rallies with some Democratic lawmakers than they have about Trump going to war.
When was that?
Well, it's like Hassan Piker is very pro-Palestine.
I've seen him pop up recently. Yeah. He's been targeted. He's very people label him as anti-US.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's like the traditional smears of him being anti-Semitic simply because he criticizes Israel and is anti-Zionist. But so there's been more sort of outrage about him appearing at some events, trying to promote some Democratic candidates than there has been over Trump going to war on Iran. And Chuck Schumer is the head of the Democrats in the Senate, and he opposed the Iran nuclear deal, and he belatedly came out against Trump bombing Iran, but was so wishy-washy leading up to it because ultimately a large number of Democratic leaders support actually regime change in Iran. And then you've had just an increasingly polarized country since Trump came to power in 2016. And that's not all entirely Trump's fault. I mean, he has plenty of fault for it. But Democrats responded to Trump's victory back in 2016 by basically blaming Russia for everything and saying that Trump was a Russian plant and that Americans who had voted for Trump were brainwashed by Russia. And that's also helped really increase polarization and make some people not even want to think about listening to Democrats and what they have to offer as an alternative to Trump. So very polarized country where people are just struggling to make it because the economy is, especially now, is declining. And there's not a lot of space there right now out there for, public opposition to war, but you never know what can happen. You never know. And Trump, I mean, if you're the average Trump voter, you've been promised from Trump so many things that hasn't happened. And their strategy so far in their first year of office has been to blame Joe Biden for everything. Whenever they're asked about the economy, Joe Biden gave us a bad economy. There's only so long that they can get away with that.
And do you think that will shift significantly if there is boots on the ground? And why do you think Trump doesn't care? You said Trump doesn't really care about the voters. Why? Is that because he's not running again?
He's not running again, and he's a plutocrat. I mean, has he ever cared about working people? He's been able to have his finger on the pulse and speak to some of their concerns, like in 2016, part of the appeal for a lot of people was that he was against foreign wars. He talked about, rebuilding at home. And, that was savvy of him. He called the Iraq war a colossal lie. He was one of the few establishment, sort of big candidates willing to do that. So he had his finger on the pulse, but it was a con, just like, he was pretending to care about working people, only to appoint a cabinet of billionaires and push through cuts to domestic spending and make it easier for corporations to get away with, undermining their workers and, crushing unions, all these things. So I just don't think he cares. I think now, especially they just have to run for office again, he doesn't have to expend as much energy hiding it.
So putting all this together, the political aspects in the US, the developments now, including the shooting of the F-15, the talk about troops on the ground, how do you see this ending? Short term, how will he wrap it up? And long term, how will the Middle East look in the next 5 years? Because I think that's something that's not being taken into consideration when calculating what to do next.
I see Trump going on a bombing spree of Iran's infrastructure, as he's already doing. You could spend hours just talking about all the damage he's done to Iranian civilian life, like steel factories, the bridges, pharmaceutical plants, trying to turn Iran basically into Syria, where a similar thing happened, where, Syria was hollowed out through a more than decade-long dirty war, where before the war, it was producing its own food, its own pharmaceutical products. All that was wiped out. And it's a lot harder to do in Iran because it's a much bigger country. But unlike in Syria, the U.S. is now bombing Iran and bombing its infrastructure, whereas in Syria, its involvement was essentially providing weapons to insurgents, occupying part of the country and stealing its resources, and letting Israel do the job of bombing. But now the U.S. is doing the bombing, and they're taking out, Iran's major institutions. So I see him continuing that and then calling it quits in a couple of weeks and saying,
with boots on the ground or without?
Without boots on the ground. Yeah, maybe,
okay,
as we discussed, if there is boots on the ground, maybe trying to take one of those outlying islands. But
okay, so that will be the boots on the ground. Everyone is speculating there'll be boots on the ground. They're talking about one of these islands, not talking about an invasion of Iranian mainland, because there's not enough troops there, and there is no way that will be like. There's crazy and there's suicidal, and that will be in the suicidal territory, invading Iran proper. Yes. And as a final question, what about the Gulf and the alliances with the U.S.? Do you think that would change?
You would know better than me, living there. They're in a tough position. They're, a lot of them are now not only really immersed with the U.S., with the military bases, but with Trump Inc. itself. Some of the monarchies have given him and his family a lot of money, and they're business together. But I would like to think that maybe they're thinking about the fact that Trump won't be around forever. And do they really want to be foot soldiers for Trump and Israel? Because Iran did the logical thing that given that Iran is much weaker militarily than the U.S. and Israel, it's going to take any leverage that it can. And in this case, so given that the Gulf countries are right there and they host military bases that are being used to attack Iran, Iran's going to fire at them. And so do the Gulf states want to be in this permanent situation where Iran remains and it's still under threat, and the Gulf states will always pay the price for every round of Israeli-U.S. aggression? So I think it depends. Like, you can't speak of the Gulf, as you know well, as a block.
True.
There's different
That's
thinking.
a very important point.
Oman and Qatar, I think, are in one camp, and then the UAE is in another camp. And Saudi Arabia, there's been a lot of reports out there that Saudi Arabia encouraged this attack on Iran. I'm not so sure about that, actually. That to me smelled like Israel was trying to push that narrative. I'm not so sure, especially now. What did Trump just say about MBS? That MBS should be kissing his behind. I mean, these countries have self-respect. They have dignity. Do they want to attach themselves to someone who is that contemptuous and will embarrass them like that? I don't know.
Yeah, I think that was a step too far. Aaron, absolute pleasure to have you. For the audience, we've got Matt Tarja that will be coming on now for updates on the F-15 that was shut down. But Aaron, I'm sure I'll have you again. Thank you so much for your time, man.
Good to see you.
See you, brother. So we've got Matt Tarja that will be coming in a few seconds. In the meantime, there's a statement that came in from the IRGC a few seconds ago from central headquarters. Quote, that's about the F-15 that was shut down. Today, despite the enemy claiming it fully controls Iran's airspace, the air defenses of the IRGC targeted and destroyed an F-15 fighter jet. Search operations are still ongoing. The armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran continue to severely punish the aggressors by carrying out powerful blows in Israel, the UAE, Kuwait, Bahrain, and elsewhere. It's important to note that's a statement, which countries they took out of this. They didn't mention Oman, and there's talks about Iran and Oman. I think the strikes on Oman have dropped significantly in the last few days as we hear there's negotiations between Iran and Oman. Also, Qatar hasn't been struck as it has before. Bahrain, Kuwait, and the UAE are being struck the most. And Saudi, it's interesting. Saudi's not mentioned. Now, it's either there's something happening behind the scenes, or Saudi's the one military that could make a difference in the region if it joins the war. Obviously, I don't think Saudi will join the war. The last thing they want is the Houthis bombing them and bombing their pipelines, the alternative they have to the Strait of Hormuz to go through the Red Sea for their oil, to keep the cash flow coming in. And they're the only ones that have that alternative, and they don't want to risk it. So that's why I don't think the Saudis will directly join the war. But it's really interesting that statement by the IRGC did not mention the Saudis. It mentioned the UAE, Kuwait, and the UAE is getting hit every day. Kuwait probably the most in the last few days. Bahrain pretty significantly as well. And Israel obviously being struck the most. So that came in just in the last few seconds. Now, there is some information that Matt Tarja has. I'm not sure if he can share it in the show. I'll ask for his permission. An update on the rescue operations for the two pilots. But we do know that one of the pilot has been rescued by American forces. So I'll read out the update there. One source told Newsmax that a U.S. Black Hawk helicopter may have been hit during the search and rescue operation in Iran, as it was last seen trailing smoke while crossing from Iran into southern Iraq. Now, we don't have the footage of this. The last footage I showed was just the rescue operations, but not the one that was had smoke trailing behind it. Two U.S. officials told Newsmax that one pilot of the F-15 has been rescued and receiving medical treatment, while the status, so he's alive, we don't know his condition, while the status of the second pilot remains unknown. CNN has claimed that Iranians would probably keep him safe, would protect him and help Americans rescue him because they are against the regime. Now, that's a claim by CNN. I doubt it. The tribal areas there's a big reward being offered by Iran. So putting that allegiance aside, the fact that being bombed by the US and Israel, putting that aside, there's $90,000. It was $60, now it's $90 for anyone that shares information on the whereabouts of that pilot. So I think if they have the pilot, they could even seek a bigger reward. So we're going to get Matt Tarja coming in now any second to give us an update on the rescue operations that are ongoing. He was hosting our space earlier. He's got a lot of information. He's been on the show before. Most of you know him very well. So he'll be coming on and he'll be talking about how the F-15 was shut down, what was likely used to shoot down the F-15. Let me see if he's coming on. There he is. Matt, I know you were hosting space on this, so you got a lot more information than I do on the shooting of the F-15. How are you?
I'm doing well, Mario. How are you today?
Good. I'll be going off screen for a couple of minutes because I'd love you to give the audience a deep update on everything we know on the shooting of the F-15. I'll be listening as well in the background.
Of course.
On how it was shot, because I had a few guests and give me different pieces of information. The more likely, the theory that I heard the most is that it was an S-300. Potentially an S-400. I find that to be extremely unlikely, but most likely an S-300. But there are other ways. It could be a pilot error. You're the expert there, but I'd love you to give us an overview, give me an overview as well on how Iran managed to shoot an F-15E fighter jet.
Yeah, so Iran's claiming that they ended up shooting down the fighter jet right now, but that necessarily hasn't been confirmed through the United States government. CENTCOM has been absolutely quiet on this, other than a couple leaked sources from what's coming out from there. F-15 is a little bit of an air platform with lots of hours on it. It's kind of like a workhorse, right? But they do also go into a lot of different maintenance issues and things like that. So yeah, I would kind of agree with that assessment that if it was shot down, it'd likely be, you know, an S-300 or an S-400 if that is in fact what ended up, you know, happening there. Whether or not that took place is going to be a question. It's going to end up coming out here in the near future. So we don't know necessarily about that. What has came out so far is that the pilot of the aircraft has been rescued, but the what some people would call co-pilot, that's not necessarily true, but the other crew member of the F-15 is still on the ground from the latest I've heard. I did actually just reach out to I'm going to call it a confidential source for right now that works over inside SecWar's office. They do not have confirmation. I know it's floating around that the second crew member was recovered. That's not necessarily true. I don't have confirmation from them yet that that happened, and I got promised that as soon as it does happen, that I'll get, you know, brought in on that. Additionally, when we take a look at the area where this ended up happening, it is a little bit, you know, closer to central Iran, if you will. But when you zoom in, this is generally speaking the crash site to where this ended up going down, or what is being reported as the crash site. Now, the interesting thing about this crash site is that you have very high ground, mountainous region that is off to the west. You have a river that's running off to the north, and then you have a bunch of farm fields that kind of run off to the east and the south, which kind of channelizes everything. Now, what typically happens when you have you know, any sort of isolated U.S. personnel inside of a combat zone is the United States government, the United States military will drop everything that we are doing and dedicate every single asset that we have over into that region in order to recover that missing personnel. And what's being said right now is that we do have soft troops that are on the ground, like U.S. Special Operations Forces that are on the ground with a lot of aircraft that are going on around. Lots of air-to-ground munitions have been dropped in the region just recently. Obviously, it's dark over there, and that aids significantly when it comes to the pilot being undetected or the crew member being undetected. But it also makes it a little bit more difficult sometimes for, you know, our troops that are operating on the ground. But we do own the night, as it is set out there. Reports coming in that the United States Special Operations Forces who are on the ground, along with members of either the IRGC or the Besiege forces, have actually gotten into firefights on the ground as well. And so, you know, that whole area is just going to be isolated from the sky to the best of, you know, United States government's ability. The longer that they end up staying on the ground there, they become way more susceptible to Shahed drones, to artillery, to short-range ballistic missiles, any of those things that, you know, Iran's got left in its arsenal. They could really start, you know, targeting that area. And that's where the real danger is going to come in. The longer this thing drags out, the more, you know, exposed these troops are going to be as they continue to look for this pilot.
How significant would it be if Iran did shoot down the F-15? How difficult is it to shoot it down? Because everyone I spoke with, it's the first time it will be shot down. Scott Ritter said one was shot down in Desert Storm, but beyond that, there hasn't been any shot down. The one in Desert Storm is not reported. That was just told about it by Colonel Wilkerson, who was on the show earlier. But how significant is it? How difficult are they to shoot down?
Very difficult to shoot down. They're very difficult to shoot down, which is why they've been operating for so long over the skies of Iran without being shot down. I think a lot of people have seen the videos of the U.S. aircraft that have been getting chased by surface-to-air missiles, but none of them seem to have impacted until today, if that is in fact what actually happened. I'm kind of sliding away from the maintenance issue when it goes into this, you know, with what could have brought the aircraft down, but you know, you never know. More than likely, in my opinion, it probably did end up getting shot down, but we'll have to wait and see, you know, when that ends up coming out. Last time I think U.S. aircraft actually got shot down in combat was back during the invasion of Iraq.
I thought it was in Yugoslavia. But either way, it's been a long time.
Yeah. It's been a long time. I thought it was like a helicopter, and I'm not talking about fast movers. I'm talking about aircraft in general, a helicopter. Yeah.
Okay. Because the fighter jet was in Yugoslavia. I think it's the only time I know of.
Yeah.
And that was shot down not by friendly fire. But just on the rescue operations as well, the aircraft that is being used for this rescue operation, we have the C-130s, the Black Hawk, the A-10s flying on very low altitude, very slowly as well. We've got the drones as well. What does that demonstrate? Because for me, it just seems, and I've talked about it earlier on the show, it does show air superiority to a pretty high extent. So it's very contradictory, because you've got these aircraft flying around that region trying to find the missing pilot as part of the rescue operation. But then you've also got a fighter jet, an F-15 that was shot. I'm assuming in that same region. I'm assuming it was shot. You see the contradiction. If you were shot in that region, that would mean that region is very dangerous. There's possibly an S-300 that's still around, assuming an S-300 is what shot it down. But then you've got all these bigger aircraft, bigger, slower aircraft that are flying around as part of the rescue operation. We played that footage earlier. That's a helicopter there. We do have information that a Black Hawk was shot, not shot down, but shot and flew back to Iraq with the trail of smoke behind it. But that's the drone, the MQ-9 drone that was flying around as well. Yeah, I'd love your comments on that, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to assume that the aircraft, had a wing blown off, but there's also, the possibility that it was a near miss, but it still ended up catching a bunch of fragment from the munition itself that tried to take it down and cause a mechanical failure in flight as it was trying to make it back. So if that's the case, they could have been returning from operation in order to try to make it back to safety, and the aircraft just simply couldn't limp that far, and they had to make the decision to bail. So that's also a possibility there. And I think it's more of a possibility when we start looking at what is it potentially that they could have been targeting. Obviously, the what is being dubbed basically as Rocket City, south of Isfahan, has been getting hit very hard this week. Several airstrikes. I think we had the third one confirmed last night on that location. And I'm not sure if, what they should be doing is taking alternate routes and everything else. But if the IRGC has figured that out, positioned, anti-aerial assets, within the region or suspected regions that they might be flying through, it'd make them a little bit more susceptible to getting hit. So that's always a possibility that they just got, the aircraft, for lack of better terms, got wounded as opposed to a direct kill. And then that wounded aircraft could only limp so far until they had to bail out.
What's your stance? We haven't spoken in a while. What's your stance on the state of the war today? Iran's ability to continue striking the Gulf, striking Israel, potentially shooting an F-15. What does that demonstrate to you? The report that came in today, according to intelligence officials that spoke to CNN, half of their missile launchers are still, they still haven't been destroyed. Half of their drones haven't been destroyed. And we got a report earlier that a third of their missiles are still, only a third were destroyed, a third damaged, and a third intact.
Yeah, and you know this. I'm fairly critical when it comes down to whether or not the government's telling the truth and or lying, right? As we start looking at it. But Iran has been building ballistic missiles, and stacking munitions for a very long period of time. It seems like we were focused a lot on different assets, going after different military assets, as opposed to just going after the ballistic missile launchers and everything else. But there's a tier of targets, that you're going to go and take down when you're conducting these operations. And obviously, you're not going to get 100% of them. To give people a general understanding, most people know Texas is pretty big. Iran's about 2.5 times the size of Texas, and they've been digging in for quite a while over there. I believe the Isfahan facility that we're talking about, the Rocket City, so to speak, is a very good example of this. You've got hundreds of launch sites just in this one location alone. It stretches 20 kilometers from north to south. You've got numerous cave entrances where they're obviously going to be storing a lot of their ballistic missiles. And then you have, it had to have been, probably about 100 bunkers or so, ammunition bunkers that they have to just feed, these sites to keep them running. And that's one location. So I'm not privy to all of the intel. I'm not privy to all of the information, but to just kind of give an idea, and as we're flying these aircraft, they can only carry so many bombs. They can only execute so many targets. What that means as far as the capabilities of the IRGC, yeah, they're not done. They still have the ability. It's like we talked about before. Trump coming out saying that he is going to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, whenever he feels like it. It's basically a friggin' lie, right? Because all it takes is, once you hit 136 to go and smash into a commercial, vessel, and no insurance company is going to allow them to sail through. So if you're going to reopen the strait, it's not positioning military, vessels in the strait and saying, we own this territory, or, putting Marines on an island, right, and saying we're going to stand here on this island. It is quite literally, being able to stop any munitions from hitting any other vehicle, commercial vessels out there. And with that being said, we quite frankly don't have the ability to do that. It's impossible to expect 100% of all of those munitions, all of the drones, all the ballistic missiles, all of the cruise missiles, just to be completely annihilated before they leave Iranian territory. That's what makes it so difficult. We're just, no system in this world is designed to do that.
Fucking hell, man. What do you make of Trump's speech as well?
I thought it was a waste of my time, to be perfectly honest. Like, if you want, I was upset. I had to sit there and listen to it for as long as I did. Yeah. It's.
I stayed up. I remember I stayed up to just listen to it. Yeah, exactly. It's just repeating the same thing. I thought it was a good thing he didn't mention the Strait of Hormuz. He didn't mention boots on the ground, but it seems that most people, Seymour Hersh says that this is a confirmation that boots on the ground are inevitable now. That was the way Seymour Hersh interpreted that statement.
Yeah. Well, it's like I told It's like I told you, Mario. You know, I stood by my assessment back then, and I stand by it to this day. That you know, our intent is not to go take any of those islands through the strait, because there's no point in doing so. It's not going to stop a Shahed 136 from, you know, flying across, you know, Iranian territory into international waters and hitting another commercial vessel and shutting those waters down. My assessment has been and will continue to be going after the enriched uranium, which finally people are catching up to, saying, hey, now we got reports of it. Everybody thought I was crazy for saying it. You know, but you're looking at anywhere between 25,000 to 80,000 IRGC and besieged forces just within the Isfahan region alone. You know, so that within itself, you got to have a very large package in order to get that done, which explains the 82nd Airborne, the 75th Ranger Regiment, numerous, you know, special operations teams, and 2 Marine Expeditionary units. You know, it's going to take thousands of troops on the ground in order to accomplish that.
It just sounds like a suicide mission, man. It just sounds like such a inevitable catastrophe. I know you're more optimistic about it than I am. I'm not the military expert, so obviously your opinion is more important, but it just sounds such a risky operation in this mountainous region. We just got a report now. Again, we don't know if it was shut down by Iranians, but potentially in F-15 that was shut down by Iranians. We know another fighter jet was damaged by Iran as well, that flew into the airport in Saudi for repairs, and we've seen their capabilities in striking the Prince Al Sultan base and other American bases consistently. So if they're able to do this across the region, and they still have so many drones and missiles and missile launchers available, putting the artillery aside and the massive army they have aside, I just cannot see it working. I just cannot see it working without significant casualties on the American side.
Well, the question is, you know, what impact are they having by doing so? Is that slowing down our operations at all? So we can look at, you know, the Islamic regime side, and we can say, you know, X amount of ballistic missile decrease since the beginning of the war, X amount of drone decrease, you know, fired into different nations since the beginning of the war. On the flip side, you have, you know, airstrikes that have increased from the U.S. and Israel to a certain degree over inside of Iran. But yeah, as far as the suicide mission goes, you know, that's where intelligence and that's.
Matt, an A-10, it just came in now, New York Times, an A-10 Warthog attack plane went down around the Strait of Hormuz at a similar time to the F-15. The lone pilot has already been rescued. How significant is it for an A-10 to go down in the Strait?
So that's a little bit more significant in my opinion, to be honest, a little bit more significant in my opinion. That was the US's, if that's true, by the way, you know, I've seen the New York Times get a lot of things wrong, but hopefully they've got evidence to back that up. But the A-10s and the AH-64 Apache helicopters were kind of the US's deterrent for any of the, you know, unmanned surface vessels or any of the drones and stuff like that were going to be flying around the area trying to target commercial vessels. That's kind of what the U.S. was using in order to get the strait opened up, to try to, you know, hammer all of those positions down. A-10 itself, you know, isn't that great when it comes to surface to air, right? Deterrence. But it most of the time you end up putting that sucker into use is after all of that stuff has been cleared out. You know, it's not designed to be over there dodging it. It's designed to primarily hunt tanks, is where it actually came in. And they've upfitted it over the years, but yeah, I mean, that would be
very old aircraft, isn't it?
It's extremely old. Yeah, it's extremely old. Yeah, they were actually looking at decommissioning it like 10 years ago.
How easy or difficult is it to shoot down?
They're extremely difficult to shoot down. Like you'd have to blow a wing off that sucker.
No.
Yeah, man. You'd have to straight blow a wing off that thing. There's a picture out of Iraq of an A-10 that is just riddled with freaking bullet holes, man. Just absolutely been fragged to hell, been tore all apart, and the pilot's still able to fly it, land it, no problem. It's designed to fly very low and slow. You know, it's designed to support ground troops and to take on things like that. And so they actually have, you know, a bunch of ballistic protection around the pilot because of that. And so that aircraft can get blasted to hell and still fly. So that means that they had to have, if that is true, you know, they likely had a direct hit on it.
New York Times is reporting. I've got the rest of the story now. And a second Air Force combat plane crashed in the Persian Gulf region on Friday. So today, and the lone pilot was safely rescued, according to two U.S. officials who spoke on condition of anonymity to discuss operational matters. The A-10 Warthog attack plane went down near the Strait of Hormuz about the same time that an Air Force F-15E was shut down over Iran. How could they both be shut down at the same time? In that incident, one crew member was rescued, and search and rescue operators, like, we haven't had any get shut down throughout the whole war, and suddenly at the same time both are shot.
Yeah. So here's how I see that going down. It would be, like I said, the F-15, because if you look at where it went down, it's kind of in an ideal location, right? Where the F-15 pilots ejected, pretty ideal location. Like couldn't ask for a better location in the middle of a hostile nation to be shot down, right? If that's what happened. As soon as that happens and that goes out, those pilots are going to turn and burn and get there as quick as humanly possible and try to help out. And they're going to blow off a bunch of things that they normally wouldn't. A bunch of safety concerns, a bunch of safety measures to go over there and protect the other pilots that are on the ground, right? So whatever operation they're running, they likely just steered and started going towards it, and then blew off some safety concerns and ended up getting hit. That would be my assessment for how that would go down.
Matt, always a pleasure to have you. I'd love to have you back on the show if you're free in a bit, in about 45 minutes. But I'm glad you were able to come in and give us a bit of an analysis and a bit more context. Thank you so much, man.
Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to. I got a freaking, let me see. I think I got an interview with CNN in an hour. So I'm not going to be able to make that one, brother. Sorry.
No worries, man. All right. All good. Thank you so much, man.
Thank you.
And we've got Andre joining now, everyone. Andre, how are you, Andre? We've got, you were telling me not long ago about Iran's air defense capabilities. And just now, not only an F-15 was shut down, but the New York Times just reported that an A-10 was shut down as well at the same time over the Strait of Hormuz. The pilot's been rescued. And those are much harder, as Matt Tardy was saying earlier, much harder to shoot down than most other aircraft, American aircraft. What do you make of this? How was the F-15 shut down so late in the war? And how throughout the entire war we had no aircraft shut down, and now we have two shut down literally within the same hour?
Well, as I already stated, it's war. Welcome to the real war, which U.S. military has no idea about. Now they're experiencing it. And it is probably operational trick of Iranians, and whoever helps them is to basically get the lure U.S. Air Force closer to the ranges of the Iranian air defense. Simple as that. And I don't see what's so surprising about it, because obviously only a kindergarten moron, retarded child will believe that the somehow friendly fire of the Kuwaiti pilot, and he shot down 3 F-15s. So just the regular situation with the real war, with the enemy having actual air defense. United States Air Force and military has no experience whatsoever. It's zero in terms of the real SIAD, suppression of the enemy air defense, unless, of course, we're talking about mighty air defense and air forces of Taliban and, the Iraqi air defense, which actually has roots in the pre-American Civil War times. So, but here is you have people who actually know how to shoot back, and you can expect more of that. And now that United States is pushed deeper into this strategic trap, operationally and tactically, they have to move their air assets closer to the inside Iranian airspace, where they are facing their actual air defense. And whatever is there, whatever Iran has there, it's pretty effective. And do not forget, many people still do not understand what is being told and has been shown. If you take a look at videos, which is much more actually impressive than shooting down aircraft, shooting down combat aircraft, if you have modern air defense complexes, is not that difficult. What is difficult, when you begin to repulse what is called, well, in Russian it's called mrau, but you can see many videos and photos of shot down JASSMs and Tomahawks. So Iran is doing its job, and that's probably going to increase the more Trump is lured into this strategic trap. And once you have the boots on the ground, that's going to be very interesting.
How do you think they shot it down? What would it take to shoot down an A-10 and F-15? Because the F-15 is a very stealth aircraft, very stealthy. Everyone I spoke with tells me how difficult it is to shoot it down. It's never been shot down
It's
ever.
baloney. Yeah. If you have the real air defense complex, it will shoot down
You think it was
F-15.
an S-300? You think it was an S-300?
No, you don't have to have S-300. You don't have to have, again, there are no people in the U.S. military who have any grasp of the modern air defense. Even something like OSA-M or OSA-2M, which is actually standard in the Iranian and it's mobile complex and modernized. It can take out pretty much anything. And so, and this is not the, it's considered to be short to medium range type thing. Iran has also variants of the Book M1 and Book M3. It also has the air defense complexes, which have been created, indigenous one, with the help of North Korea. So it has plenty of means, and many of them mobile, to shoot down F-15 or whatever is being shot down. And even A-10, however, yes, that's the aircraft which is really tough. It's slow, but it can take a lot of punishment, especially if it is AAA, anti-aircraft artillery. It can take punishment, okay? But if you get the, you know what, even if you get the latest Verba, which is Manpad, and I don't know, I assume Iran has something like Verba or the latest versions of Igla. If you get it into your nozzle exhaust, you know what, and two engines give up, it doesn't matter how tough you are, you're going to fall. So it's just, again, it's real war. There you go. Welcome to the real war.
But Andre, what I'm confused is that none were shut down throughout the entire war. How could both be shut down at the same period? I know I've asked this question already, but it's just very, what are the odds? Could it indicate anything? Is like, what was the A-10 responding to the shooting of the F-15? It was shut down.
That I don't know. Don't ask me that. I don't know. I do not comment on things which I don't have the verifiable data. So it could have been this. There are many scenarios, but again, in one day they shot down 3 F-15s. How it could be?
You talk about the ones in the Kuwait friendly fire ones?
Allegedly, yes. Yeah. I don't know. And what difference does it make anyhow? Because operational level officers, we are not tactical level. I'm not talking about the commanders of the air defense batteries and the complexes, if it is known. Operational level officers, they actually calculate only the combat data which comes from the front line, and they look at the losses, they look at the expenditure of the whatever they have, the means, missiles, shells, and the losses of the personnel. That's what they look at. They do not look at, oh yeah, he came from whatever direction and that's the elevation, you know, we have the lock on at this and that. This is the matter for primarily tactical level officers. They are trained for that. They know what to do. And then, of course, you have to keep in mind that much of the air defense of Iran will continue to operate, which is called air defense ambushes. And again, this is not Iraq, okay? United States Air Force didn't face serious air defense threat since Vietnam, period. And it's only people who tell military fairy tales think about the Iraq war, so any kind of the serious Air Force or air defense, that it was basically non-existent there. And so, let alone Afghanistan. So manpads, yeah, but most likely something, especially if you take down A-10, as I already stated, it's either it's a tough aircraft. It's a really magnificent, slow U.S. Air Force because it loves glamour. They don't like it, but this is one of those war horses, which is very respectable. It's a tough aircraft. So if you take this thing down, that means something serious hit it.
Why so late in the war? Put the Kuwaiti ones aside.
Late. War is over.
Like 31. No, it's not over. I'm just curious. So first, it demonstrates that Iran's capabilities have not been destroyed. That's obviously. But I'm just surprised. Why do you think there were? So is it maybe a level of complacency on the American side, thinking they destroyed the air defense systems, and then that happens?
I just explained it to you. U.S. Air Force and U.S. military has no idea what is real SIAD against the enemy, which has actually comprehensive air defense systems. So, and they never encountered it again since Vietnam. And so here they are beginning to learn. And again, it's not just complacency. They don't have experience. They don't have reference point. They don't understand how it works. And they learned nothing from Ukraine. But yeah, it's all about this American military mythology of how tough we are. We can defeat a 5-year-old kid in the sandbox of Iraq and say, oh, we're the greatest ever. This is
on the counter side, like when I spoke to other experts, I'm like, how was Iran able to destroy the fighter jet today? Or shoot down a fighter jet. Now we know about the A-10.
Turkey also says there was another F-16 down also, but it's Turkish. But we have to wait and see for the confirmation.
A Turkish F-16?
Not Turkish, Turks, Turkey official.
Turkish sources are
yeah,
saying, oh,
they
okay,
also
F-16
said there
down.
was F-16 also down. So we'll have to wait and see. I cannot confirm one way or another.
But the counter argument to this is that this war's been going on for 31 days now. Obviously, it's pretty significant that a fighter jet was just shut down today. I know there's the Kuwaiti ones reportedly by friendly fire. You're saying reportedly by friendly fire. But why don't we have significantly more aircraft that were shut down? Why haven't they been shut down in the early days? Why don't we have 4 or 5 F-15s that were shut down by the S-3 and potentially S-400s? So why don't we have significantly more casualties on the American side? Because it seems this the majority of the American
casualties. I explained it. You're repeating the same question. I explained it to you. Iran is very strategic. Iran needs U.S. Air Force assets, the American combat planes, doesn't matter what types, inside its airspace, because that's where the air defense complexes are, and it needs them within the ranges of the Iranian air defense complexes. For those people who do not know, evidently Pentagon doesn't, because they are incompetent people, is that there are only 4 countries in the world which produce air defense complexes of the long range. Let me tell you what those countries are. Those countries are Russia, United States, China, with North Korea making the knockoffs of the Russian air defense complexes, primarily S-300 family, and Iran, if you didn't know. They have indigenous long-range air defense complexes. What can I say?
How capable are they?
They are Iranians. Well, we know it's not true, but they are good enough to shoot down anything. And yeah, that's pretty much it. And I'm talking about the long range, which you begin to consider long range complexes starting around 150 kilometers range. This is what considered long range against aerodynamic targets. And yeah, this is what it is. I mean, how can I explain again that Iran produces those complexes apart from producing the derivations of the knockoffs from the North Korean line, of the which essentially has the root, the base in the S-300 complexes.
Is that the Bavar we've talked about in the last time we spoke together?
Yeah, they have all kinds of things. Yeah, they have. If you take a look at the list of the Iran air defense complexes, so they have a variety of them. There's this whole spectrum. And so,
Hordad, 15, Rad.
Yeah, there are all kinds of them. Yeah,
wow,
with the range
of them,
yeah, all kinds of them. So, and if Pentagon didn't account for that, well, it's too bad. As I already stated, United States Air Force never encountered since Vietnam anybody who actually will start shooting your planes down from such ranges that you wouldn't even know until your passive system will basically start screaming at you that you have a lock on. Or if they use passive weapons, you wouldn't even know.
There's been a lot of targets that were shot down. The US shot over 12,000 targets. I think Israel's dropped about 12,000 bombs as well.
Yeah.
So there's tens of thousands of targets that were struck, a bridge that was struck. It seems that Iran's best ability to retaliate is striking in kind the targets in the Gulf. They've done that. It's been a while we haven't spoken. They've done that obviously in the gas field. That was pretty significant. Recently, they've threatened bridges if Trump delivers on his threat of striking Iranian infrastructure and bridges. They've threatened American universities. Beirut just requested, the U.S. embassy in Lebanon and Beirut requested people to avoid the American embassy there because Iran's threatened American embassies in the region. I think a lot of American universities in the region.
Yeah.
A lot of these universities now are doing education from home without students attending those schools. So the response, including the water plant, the Iran struck a desalination plant in Kuwait right after their water plant got struck by Israel. So it seems Iran is striking in a very tit-for-tat response to any attacks on Iran, striking the Gulf because that's obviously their best way to be able to retaliate, but also heavily targeting Israel on a daily basis. We saw the Passover strikes. What's your analysis of how the war's been progressing so far and that ability of Iran to retaliate within hours in some cases whenever a certain escalation ladder step was crossed by the US or Israel?
I mean, they strategically Iran already won. And it is also in the driving seat operationally, because they have what United States never encountered on other enemies, which are long-range fires, which are as good as the American ones, if not better. And so they will continue to do. They basically are destroying Israel. We saw what happened with the Petah Tikva, with aerosol of industrial plant, which produces Israeli drones. It's gone.
Yeah, that was yesterday, no?
Gone. And so, yeah, it continues annihilation of the military industrial capacity of Israel, which is essentially, it's defenseless, basically. And the fact that United States now scrambles all air defense complexes where it can get them. Poland already told United States to go pound sand. It's not returning the Patriot, which they have. So, and it's a catastrophe, economic catastrophe for Gulfists. So Gulfists suddenly, all this, glitz and glamour just gone, and we now have the situation with aluminum, and Iran will continue to do this until basically, that United States offered again 48-hour ceasefire. The response of Iran was that no, everything will be decided on the battlefield. And again,
that was the report today. Just for the audience, that's the report about today. Iran rejecting just about an hour, less than an hour ago, a few minutes ago, according to the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, Iran rejected the ceasefire proposal by the US completely. No negotiations in Pakistan.
Why would you do the ceasefire? Didn't we see this pattern in Ukraine with special military operation? The moment there is a massive destruction of the formations of whatever terrorist army of Ukraine, and made the best proxy in their industrial capacity, there is a submission of the ceasefire. We need the ceasefire. Russians said no. So, and they continue to annihilate. Basically, this is what happens when you essentially strategically won. It's just a matter of operational arrangement of how the victory will be achieved in terms of the purely judicial means, not with Trump's BS, where he comes out as he already defeated Iran, 37 times, people counted. He probably will defeat Iran another 37 times. But the problem is, United States already lost this war. What is at stake right now? How many American boys and girls, many of whom know that what is going to be done to them, the United States will want to kill in order to submit, to completely submit it to Israel. Simple as that. Trump administration is in panic. And basically, when you see what is happening there, the guy completely lost it. That is why we also have the situation with his fanatic Pete Hegseth, and he basically removing the people such as Randy George, chief of staff of the army, who probably told him to go pound sand, because what he's trying to accomplish is a bunch of amateurs there, which he's high on his own supply and Schofield Bible, who wants to kill more American kids for who knows why. And evidently, that is why the removal of the top of the U.S. Army. Evidently, those generals told him that it's going to be a disaster. But this is not what Trump knows. And again, he is done. His political corpse. He's trying to survive literally, because in the end, who knows at what point the 25th Amendment will begin to feature really prominently, even among those corruptioneers from the U.S. Congress. And that he might end up behind bars, because we know that Epstein files are still out there, and he mentioned there 5,000 something times. So there you go. Make your own conclusions.
What about the strategy of trying to create that wedge? I was talking about it earlier between the US and Europe, allowing the French tanker to pass through the Strait of Hormuz after France, I think, stood up to Trump and didn't allow their bases to be used by the US. We're seeing other European countries consider the same thing. Spain's already done the same thing. Yeah. And there's been talks about Spanish tankers going through. What do you make of this development? Where is Europe's place?
It's not the wedge. It's not the wedge. The demands by Iran were exceedingly clear. You support United States and Israel, you're not getting anything. So suddenly Spain and France begin to close not only airspace, they completely withdrew essentially Europe from this, it's military adventurism and war crime, what Israel and United States are doing. And suddenly, Iran says, okay, good. You basically fulfilled one of the critical, what is a root cause, so to speak, requirements. So there you go. You will be rewarded. Simple as that. That's what many people do not understand, the depths of this whole thing. While they concentrate on this tactical minutia, which is really boring. It is for the fanboys who play those games and the guys who, oh yeah, I was in Afghanistan, like, no, this is real war. And these guys are already inflicting so much pain, including on the United States, not to speak about Europe, which is completely removed now from the energy supply. So what do they have as an option? Only to submit, and that's what they're doing. Iran put there the toll booth, and they're talking only about Oman and Iran, and Oman probably will go along with Iran's plan, and that's it. It's not going to go back anytime soon. But now we have also people, including those who actually deal with the not only the futures, which is the paper oil, but actual physical oil. They say, even if it stops now, it's still going to hit $200 per barrel. It's catastrophe, and simple as that. And so United States is now has to deal with also the situation that Iran takes the toll of equivalent of $1 per barrel moved, transported, but equivalent. It's in yuans, and so petro yuan is here. Petrodollar is out. So we have the remaking of the global world order. And today you see yourself what is happening and where it will go. Will Trump, in his act of desperation and madness, offer, order even nuclear strike? He might. I'm not saying that it's going to happen.
No. Andre,
yeah, well, let's hope.
They don't need to. We don't have the U.S. mainland being struck. We don't have America's obviously not, I don't think, doing well strategically. But what is America going through? Like, you've got Russia and the Ukraine war. Russia's getting, obviously, Ukraine borders Russia. So Russia's being struck. The Russian mainland is being struck on an almost daily basis. Russian energy infrastructure. We haven't had one strike on U.S. infrastructure or the U.S. mainland whatsoever. Maybe we get some sort of attack, some sort of...
No. You are reading it absolutely incorrectly. Again, these are details which matter. Yeah, Russia will getting hit primarily on civilian population because this is the only thing they are capable of. So I already posted the video from Ust-Luga. It is for those people, and it was the day of which you basically repeating the Ukrainian and American propaganda here without knowing actually what is happening. So go to my blog, look up the videos from Ust-Luga. It operates as it operated before. So, but again, it's, constantly, that's the essentially the algorithm of the side ops to put forward some BS and make people debunk it while saying, so if you want to basically operate with the data, which is the Ukrainian propaganda, you may. But the problem...
No, I never said the refinery is not working. I'm saying, because we're referring to whether US will use a tactical nuke. I'm saying the Russian mainland is being struck. The energy infrastructure, civilian targets, etc., whatever it is being struck. How much damage, etc. I don't know. You're a better expert.
I'm telling you, very minimal. That's the primarily civilian targets, especially borderlands. They kill a lot of civilian, kill, damage, and apartment blocks, things of this nature. And this is also another thing, which is Mr. Trump also declared that he wants Iran into the Stone Age. Well, guess what? This is war crime, essentially. He is officially committed, United States, to committing war crime and crime against humanity. So we have to understand the difference between what Russia fights. And if you take a look at the data, just for you to know, more than 2.5 million of the KIAs on Ukrainian part. These KIAs, not counting the what is called wounded in action. So, and that is why even CNN admits about the demographic catastrophe in Ukraine. This is two totally different wars. But this is the first time when the United States actually got itself into the war with real opponent.
It's probably the most powerful military the US is faced in a very long time. I can't disagree with that. I just don't think we're very far from the US. I know there's talks about Israel using a nuke. I still think that's extremely unlikely. They'll just become a pariah state.
No, I'm not,
and they don't need to either.
You're not listening what I'm telling you. I'm not saying.
No, I know you didn't say Israel. Yeah, I know. I'm saying
I'm
saying my
saying
opinion.
United States. I didn't say Israel. I said
Yeah,
United
I know. I'm not saying you. So I'm saying a lot of other people are saying Israel could, including David Sachs from the administration.
Israel, if they go for that, it's gonna cease to exist. Not because somebody will respond with the nuclear, but because it's
Become a
going
pariah
to be,
state. Yeah.
oh, it's already a pariah state, but it's going to be much worse, and there will be the scattering. Okay, there will be, and so, but it is about United States. It's not now about Israel, because Trump, in this case, is a decision maker, and Israel would not necessarily be unhappy if United States does it. And it's you have to understand, there is no black and white, like binary 0-1, possible, not possible. No, this is not Manichaean world, actually. It is all about probability of event happening. And so in this case, is it possible that United States uses nuke on Iran? Absolutely possible. How probable it is? That's the whole other story and the whole different debate, but it's not non-trivial probability. It's fairly significant in the sense that you can see this probability, and there are basically, circumstances and conditions under which United States, which is facing now catastrophic military defeat, you have to remember, you probably don't remember why Mr. Truman threw out MacArthur from the command of the Korean War. Well, MacArthur wanted the nuclear weapons deployed there. And actually, some nukes have been moved to one of the islands in the Pacific during the Korean War. During the Vietnam War, United States considered strongly using of the nuclear weapons. United States is the nuclear-biased nation. It also cannot take casualties. And because of that, that is why it is biased. And when facing with the catastrophic defeat, that's what United States might do. I'm not saying again that it will necessarily happen, but this is always a consideration. And in this particular case, as I already stated, strategically, if you even read today's Trump's tweet or whatever the name of this through social, this is not mentally normal person who is typing this, apart from the fact that we already know that he has suffering from the onset of dementia, and he's borderline, personality disorder guy. He is. So there's a lot of things which are going there. And the only thing we can say is that, so far US media have been trying to spin it such a way that, and suddenly Time magazine yesterday comes out and says, oh, Pete Hegseth was caught off guard, and how the military, basically aides and military personnel around Trump was selling him this BS picture about battlefield successes. It's very easy to BS people like Trump or Pete Hegseth. They do not understand basic fundamental things about warfare. And so that's what Pentagon was selling him. Rosy picture. That's how I quoting Time magazine. And now the insiders from the White House, they talk about it. The guy was kept absolutely in the alternative universe. And suddenly now he begins to feel the heat. And let me tell you, when you have the guy who actually takes his news from Fox News, that's a red flag, okay, immediately. Not that other US media are better. It's same junk. But Trump watches Fox News, and you have the coterie of those imbeciles, the losers generals, Kellogg, Keane, the guys who would be laughed out at the brigade level morning briefing in the Russian armed forces as incompetent amateurs. They continue this BS. Don't forget, these were people who were saying that Russia is defeated in Ukraine. These are the same people. And guess what? It's a systemic problem then. And when you have the guy with at best, the psychology and mental level of the NCO, who is the minister or whatever, secretary of the war, what do you expect? He has no real serious military background. He studied politics, whatever. He was run through this fake pseudo-military organization like ROTC and got himself into Afghanistan. You kidding me? This is the guy who is secretary of the war, who for some reason thinks that he's strategist. He won't understand basic things about operational level. And so we have this result. And so where we go from there, or from here rather, we have what? We want to kill more American boys and girls for nothing, for serving Israel. This is what the situation is.
Do you expect boots on the ground?
Yeah, I do. Trump
Where,
is
why?
a cover, and Trump is a covered, and and you have the fanatic like Hexet, who is the Third Temple, whatever, the Scofield Bible brainwashed Christian Zion. He's not Christian; they are Zionists, basically. That's who they are. And so, yeah, for him, it's basically the biblical fight against whatever the evil. Well, the guy again, he's uncultured, badly educated, and which is majority of those people in Washington D.C. And so, yeah, boots on the ground most likely going to happen.
Where
Then,
and why? How? If you don't mind me asking.
what?
Where, how, and where and how and why? What would be the objective of them? So is
Oh,
it the enriched
there's no
uranium? Is it
objective.
the islands and the straits? There
No,
must be an
no, they
objective.
cannot
I'm
take
sure it's one you
island.
disagree with.
No, Hark Island, they cannot take Hark Island. It's
No.
essentially, well, you need to get Marines there. Of course, they will try to land there something, 82nd, airborne. That's what they do. They have Black Hawks. They go in. It's a light infantry, essentially. So the same goes for the Marines expeditionary units. They have the 2 MEUs, which essentially in actual combat power is the 2,500, but in reality, what you land is about 1,000, which is enforced battalion. But they do not even have serious heavy equipment. They have Marine-specific landing capabilities and all that. But it is also, to a certain degree, the light infantry. So what you do, basically, you get them into some kind of the bridgehead or beachhead. And guess what? They are immediately pinned down. So the idea is that they will be resupplied by all those Ospreys, and Black Hawks. Well, guess what? There is one problem. And again, you mentioned there's a Fajr thing, and Iranians have plenty of those. This is MLRS, multiple launch rocket system, which is actually also very precise. And it has the range of 130 kilometers. That means what? They have long-range fires which can obliterate any kind of the landing zone. Granted that even the supply, which is the logistic, it would be able to sustain it. I don't think so. You can sustain it. And that is why they're scrambling now all kinds of the units, which, again, how do you even coordinate it between Marines, for example, wherever? Most likely they will be somewhere on the shore, southern shore of Iran, not far from Pakistan. And so somewhere there, that's most likely where they will try to land. Balochistan, they, again, traditional American way of thinking that, Baluchis, they hate Iranians. Well, yeah, they hate Tehran, but they hate the United States even more, so, and so we have this mess, and it's, okay, let me put it this way. It's cluster coitus. That's what it is.
Balochistan, what? They'd be entering Balochistan through Pakistan or through Afghanistan?
I don't know. Listen, I lost complete grasp of the American military thinking long time ago, and especially how Washington thinks, because normal, rational people cannot explain what is going on there, because it's first panic, hysteria. It's some kind of the, it's hysteria, essentially. And so they will need to do something. And most likely, as I already stated, they will move these 2 Marine expeditionary units somewhere, land them somewhere, or maybe they will land 82nd somewhere, So, and that's going to be horrible because it's going to be...
Do you think any of the Gulf countries could be involved, or the Gulf countries will probably stay
out
of it?
Geez, I mean... Their combat capabilities are just slightly above zero,
More than offering their territory for the operation.
Oh no, I mean they already offered. Yeah, sure, we know.
Not for the bases. I mean, like allowing the troops to depart one of those countries to go into the islands, whether it's Khark Island or Abu Musa.
You're talking about assembly areas. Assembly areas are fat, prestigious targets. You cannot hide them. And if you take a look at any field manual of the U.S. Army, for example, okay, there's assembly area. You have to put the things on the ground there, literally collect your troops. With modern recon and targeting, easy targets, just gonna fly in. And considering the fact that the United States doesn't have effective air defense, chances of being already damaged significantly at the assembly areas are very, very high. So that's what I'm saying. It's cluster coitus, and any normal military professional, be it American, Russian, Chinese, what have you, they will tell you. You look at this thing, and I don't know what this administration is doing.
There's a post just now by Trump. He said, "Keep the oil, anyone?" That was just posted by Trump. Is he hinting at an objective of trying to control the Strait of Hormuz? Try to look at this objectively. I know you're not a fan of his. That's what you think it is.
Yeah, I mean, of course, he is a real estate shyster. He is the guy who grew up on basically, hustling with the money. 7 or 6, I don't remember, bankruptcies. That tells you everything about you need to know about how successful he is. So the only thing he understands is how to make money. That's his extent of his understanding of anything which is happens in the real world. And even earlier post today, did you read his earlier post today in Truth Social? The gush of oil, where everybody gonna be rich and all that. You just read this. Good Lord, this is a madman, just blabbering of the psychobabble, And so. Yeah, he still thinks, but what he thinks doesn't matter. It's reality on the ground dictates everything, and there is a military science, and even incompetent American generals begin to understand probably that this is absolute madness.
Oh, you're talking about this one, the one 7 hours ago. With a little more time, we can easily open the Hormuz Strait, take the oil, and make a fortune. That's for the world.
Yeah, that's the tweet. It's just madman, basically, just blabbering about something, and that tells you level of stress he experiences. And after his famous speech 2 days ago, I mean, this is some kind of the basically word salad, and he probably senses. I don't think not only I don't think, I know he doesn't have the toolkit to grasp what is going on, but he senses it, obviously. And when even Fox begins to kind of, oh yeah, we lost here and there, and they cannot lie constantly. So he is, red flags are beginning to come up with him. And, but yes, the fact that he purchased the only people in his administration, military, in Pentagon, who is like, Roger George, Chief of Staff of the Army, the man who understands logistics. And what is the most important, what many people do not understand, and behind all those chiefs of staff. Don't forget whom he also fired, Pete Hegseth. He fired the main chaplain, chief chaplain of the U.S. Army. Major General, I don't remember his name. Do you know what chaplain is? He is not only spiritual leader, he is essentially a religious leader, and who most likely doesn't share fanatical views of the Scofield Bible, which Mr. Hegseth professes. But he is the guy, and his chaplainate, these are the guys who talk to soldiers. They talk to soldiers about their views, about how they feel, because obviously they have to, and of course there are confessions, religious confessions. So how do you think, does he know this chaplain, Major General, this black guy, he is, I don't remember his name. So does he know their mood in the U.S. Army? Or if anybody knows the mood in the U.S. Army, is that guy and his basically organization, his basically department, which serves the spiritual and moral needs of the American GIs, boys and girls, So, and these people are being removed. Actually, already removed.
Last question I want to ask you about, Andrei, is about China and Russia. There's been a lot of reports that China and Russia are supporting Iran. Russia's delivered drones. China's delivering components. How do you think they're able to get them through Iran? And do you think they can easily sustain it?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Caspian Sea. Israel tried to attack Port Enzeli.
I saw that, yeah.
So, well, if they continue to attack Port Enzeli, well, actually the screws will be turned even more on Israel. But yeah, it wasn't a major damage at all. So, but no, I mean, and do not forget, there was a critical news 3 days ago. And even those morons from the oilprice.com, they wrote, sudden thaw in Russian-Azerbaijan relations. Yeah, because it is all about north-south corridor and railroad link, which links Russia through Azerbaijan to Tehran and to the south of Iran. So there are plenty of ways to get it. Many people do not understand. There is another railroad line which is fully operational, and it basically bunch of the cargo follows there. It's on the other side of the Caspian Sea, and this one goes through Kazakhstan and Turkmenistan. So, and you have plenty of ways of delivering whatever you need to deliver if it comes down to it. Many people do not understand that now Mr. Kadyrov, obviously, and his Ahmad forces, they're just itching to go to fight for Iran. I don't think Russia will allow them. But of course, there are all these volunteers, as you know, and we have now what? Iran mobilized another 1 million people. You have now additional 5 million volunteers who are willing to join, not willing, they want to join Iranian army. So yeah, it's so not Iraq, and it's so not Vietnam. I cannot emphasize enough.
And last question, just on that point, how easy or difficult is it to cut off those supplies from China and from Russia?
Almost impossible. It's impossible. How can you cut off? How? You want to go to blow Bandar Anzali? There are other 4 ports which are beyond the range of the... People forget, Iran is a gigantic country. It's 1.6 million square kilometers. And there are other 3 ports on Caspian Sea. And yeah, sure, if it comes down, if they somehow manage to, which is impossible, you cannot blow out with the conventional weapons, unlike you have something like Oreshnik or Iskander, there are piers, the mooring walls for the ships. So do they want to attack Russian assets? Do they want to attack Russian ship? What's gonna happen? So, and that is why it's so complex in its nature, that it was once attempted to hit Bandar Anzali, and they didn't try it since then. It was in the first couple of weeks they attacked it, and since then they didn't, because evidently somebody from Moscow conveyed some information to Tel Aviv that there are going to be consequences.
As we finish this off, Andrei, there's been a report by the Wall Street Journal after Iran rejected Pakistan's lead in mediation, because Tehran did not want Pakistan, they preferred Qatar. Now, Qatar has now withdrawn from negotiating a peace deal between the US and Iran, which has complicated ceasefire talks. I don't know why they were withdrawn, but they've just withdrawn.
Because they were told Qatar is owned by the United States and Israel, so they will do whatever they're told to be. So, and
why would Trump want them to pull out of it? Trump wants an off ramp, as we saw in the speech. He doesn't. He sees this not going well.
He wants off-ramp on his conditions. That's what he was trying to do with Russia, until Russia said, screw you, and we go, and they paused the whole thing. So when we talk about off-ramp, Trump wants off-ramp as the victor. Somebody has to explain to him, which is impossible. He doesn't understand. He doesn't have the toolkit. You have to have not only the intellectual toolkit, you have to have professional toolkit, and you have to have moral, spiritual toolkit. That means that you have to have human qualities to grasp it. And so he doesn't understand it. He wants to come out and say, I'm the victor. It's too late for that. And somebody has to explain to him that he better go grab this deal while he can. But do not forget, what are the 5 points of Iran, not Pakistan? What are the 5 points of Iran? It's actually removal of all bases, one way or another. They already evicted the U.S. military from the Gulf, and paying reparations for the damage. Will Trump go for this?
They could get those reparations for the Strait of Hormuz if they keep charging toll for the ships. That's the way of doing it, where the US doesn't pay it. America causes this war and lets the allies pay it indirectly, Asia and Europe.
There are all kinds of possibilities, but Trump is not going to take it because he is a coward. He is a coward, and he cannot face that with his narcissistic, self-centered nature, that he is basically nobody. He cannot control anything. He failed miserably with Russia, that he's now the butt of the jokes all over. He was for a while. And now this one. Well, guess what we're going to do? Well, we're going to get more spin.
Andrei, absolute pleasure to have you on the show, as always. Thank you so much for your time, sir.
My pleasure. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. We've got Dimitri now joining. Here, Dimitri Lascaris. He was in Iran just a few days ago. He's now back in Europe. As he gave us an insight of what's happening in Iran. He also went to the Strait of Hormuz. You've all seen the viral video of him visiting the Strait of Hormuz. I'm really excited for this conversation. Probably be the last conversation of the day. It's been 4 hours, where we get Dimitri's thoughts on this. Today has been more. I tried to get people to balance out the panel today. It was a bit more one-sided. I try to always get all sides to kind of give everyone an objective analysis of everything. But Dimitri's take on this, he's someone obviously very critical of U.S. foreign policy and empathetic to the Iranian cause and even the Hezbollah cause. But it'd be good to get his insight of what's happening inside Iran, because limited information is coming out of the country now with the information, with the internet blackout. So I want to just mention how significant this is. Iran has rejected. So the report is Iran has rejected the ceasefire proposal by the US, but the report was a bit vague because I wasn't sure whether they've rejected the proposal in its entirety or they've just rejected the peace negotiations happening in Pakistan, and why they rejected Pakistan as a destination for these negotiations. And the new destination of Qatar, now Qatar has pulled out. There could be, as Andre mentioned, because of American pressure, which will be surprising to me because Trump does want an off-ramp as soon as possible. But it's also possible that they pulled out because of what happened with Israel. They were facilitating the negotiations with Hamas, and they became a target of Israel. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. The repercussions of what we're seeing now, and what we've seen since October 7th, including the strike by Israel on Qatar, is going to be felt for years to come. Other pieces of news, we saw the Trump post here 7 hours ago. He said, with a little more time, we can easily open the Strait of Hormuz, take the oil and make a fortune. It would be a gusher for the world. And then he said just now, keep the oil, anyone? So I've made a post just a few minutes ago. I said, and I've said this throughout, I know a lot of people disagree with me, but I've always said this is not about nuclear weapons. Okay, I've got another piece of information. It just came in. Breaking, 2 U.S. Black Hawk helicopters involved in search and rescue operations were struck by Iranian forces. All crew members are safe. So we've got 2, according to ABC News, now we've got 2 Black Hawk helicopters that were struck, including the A-10 and including the F-15. So we've got 4 aircraft struck in one day. I still don't get, no one gave me a good explanation of why that A-10 was struck. If you can let me know in the comments what you think, I'll have the team members go through the comments and see if there's any good explanation on why the A-10 would have been struck at the same time as the F-15. The explanation that makes the most sense to me is that the A-10 was somehow involved in the negotiations. But if we can show the footage, Lisa, of the search and rescue operations, including the helicopters, the Black Hawks over Iran, so everyone to get an idea of how low they were flying, which shows the air. No one could argue they show the air superiority or air dominance by the. Like if you take off the audio and you can just maximize the video, if that's all right. Just remove the audio, okay, That's a Black Hawk helicopter and being shot at with rifles over Iran. So they sustained damage. They're both been returned. They've went back to base, and I think there's been no injuries from the 2 Black Hawks. We do know that the F-15 pilot, the second one, has still not been found, not been rescued, or not been captured by Iran. Iran's offered a pretty big bounty for his whereabouts. Other pieces of information that have come in the last few hours as we wait for Dimitri to come in. All right, so a retired general confirmed the U.S. is actively planning an intensive rescue operation for the downed F-15 crew in Iran. So there's only 1 member left. They're putting together the aircraft, the equipment, a detailed plan right now, not rushing in willy-nilly. It will be well planned and executed, possibly waiting for darkness. So the search and rescue operation could go on for a while. And I think that will be politically, this is extremely important for Trump, beyond obviously the importance of the pilot and his safety. If Iran's able to capture a pilot, it could question, they're already questioning it, but it's a better display of their ability to strike American aircraft and be able to counter the claims of air superiority by the US. Because you had obviously different voices on my show, some saying that the US and Israel already have complete air dominance or even air monopoly in some regions, and they're able to fly over Tehran. You've got others on the show saying, like Andre, saying all the strikes are outside Iranian territory, and the reason the F-15 was shot is because it dared to fly into Iranian territory and got shot down. It doesn't have to be an S-300 as well. It could be a domestically manufactured air defense system that struck down that fighter jet. So we'll talk to Dimitri as well. Again, he was in Iran. We'll get an ID from him on. He's not in Iran now, but he was there a few days ago on Iran's military capabilities. For anyone that just joined, there was a report earlier today that 50% of their missile launches, remember, the missile launches were 70-80% destroyed early on in the war. Now, suddenly, according to US officials, only 50% of them were destroyed. And one could even say that's an over-exaggeration as well. The number could be even lower than 50%. But kind of gives you an idea. It explains why Iran, it kind of answers the debate. Is Iran firing less because they're preparing for a war of attrition, or were they firing less because their missile launchers were destroyed? We just got a report 50% of the missile launches are there. Earlier, there was a report a third of the missiles are there. They have significant stockpiles of missiles. And the same report from today from CNN, 50% of their drones are still intact. So putting all these together, and also look at the statements from Arachi and others in Iran, they're ready for a 6-month war. They're advocating for a prolonged war for multiple reasons. One could argue it's for deterrence, which is my argument. Others could say Iran is making more money right now, or Iran wants to change the entire structure of the region, the alliance, the Middle East. They don't want the Middle East to look the same after this war, whether it's for their own security or something bigger than that. Maybe Iran's already become a proxy war between the US, China, and we're going to show up questions on stage on the screen right now by the producers. They want to show some questions on the screen, so I can try to answer them based on the information we have. But could this already be a proxy war between China, Russia, and the US? It's already in progress, and this is why one of the reasons that Iran doesn't want to end the war is because that's the best opportunity for China and Russia to weaken the US. So Qatar told mediators they won't engage in any Iran-US ceasefire, according to I think it's according to New York Times. Clean message from Doha: no mediation while the missiles and drones keep flying. That could be because, all right, so that's another argument. That's a very good argument that the reason Qatar does not want to host the negotiations is because Iran continues to attack Qatar. So that could be a negotiating tactic by Qatar to say to Iran, stop striking us, otherwise we will not facilitate the negotiations. It's a very valid point. Got another piece of news here. So the crew member that was rescued by the US is receiving medical aid as we speak. All right, so unrelated news about Maduro here. So I've got here a post that the team did on the A-10. After reports that the US A-10 Warthog crashed near the Strait of Hormuz, it raises the question, how easy is it to shoot it down? The A-10, actually, I'll send you through the video. You can actually play it for the audience, Lisa. Let me send it to you now. You can play the video while I give the explanation as we wait for Dimitri. Dimitri will be joining in 4 minutes. The A-10 looks like an easy target. It's a very old, big aircraft, very slow as well. It's slow, flies low, and lacks the sleek defenses of modern jets like the F-15. But the A-10 wasn't designed to avoid being shot. It was designed to survive it. Everything about the aircraft reflects that mindset. The pilot sits inside a titanium armored shell. Critical systems are duplicated, and the engines are spaced to reduce the chance of a single strike taking the plane down. Even the fuel system is built to limit catastrophic damage. Combat history shows the result. During the Gulf War, A-10s routinely returned to base with severe damage, shredded wings, failed hydraulics, and systems barely holding together, yet still managed to complete their missions. Modern air defenses can certainly hit an A-10. The challenge is finishing the job. Again, it's a very important point. What air defense system did Iran use to be able to bring down the A-10? Flying low among terrain and battlefield clutter, the aircraft complicates clean targeting, and its resilience means that a hit is often not enough. That durability is what keeps it relevant. While newer aircraft rely on speed and stealth to stay safe, the A-10 relies on something more old-fashioned, the ability to endure. It is invulnerable, but it was built with simple assumption that many aircraft avoid. That war will reach it, and when it does, the A-10 is expected to fly home anyway. So essentially, it's designed to sustain damage. It's important to note this before I read the comment. Two aircraft were struck today. One is designed to avoid being struck, one of the hardest aircraft to strike, the F-15E, and the other one, the A-10, is designed to get struck but not be brought down. Both were brought down today. I'm just stating the facts here. Now, what would Iran talk about? Iran tried to negotiate 2 times and was attacked both times. Only an idiot would negotiate with such a regime, the USA. I think it just depends on what's being negotiated. At the end of the day, there has to be a negotiated settlement to this. The other alternative is Trump just simply walks out of this war, keeps the Strait of Hormuz as is, and lets the other countries deal with the mess. That is a possibility. We talked about it on the show earlier. All right. So Trump just commented on the F-15. Sorry. No, not at all. No, it's war. We're in war, Garrett. President Trump said the downing of the US-15 fighter jet will not affect negotiation. Okay, sorry. He said the F-15 will not affect negotiations. When asked by NBC News, he said, so NBC News asked him, will this affect negotiations? He said, no, not at all. It's war. We're in war, Garrett. So that was the answer to NBC, is that this is expected in war. And obviously, that's what you'd expect him to say. Now, in terms of Iran will negotiate. Iran is probably negotiating behind the scenes, but just on different terms. Iran's terms are very maximalist. We've seen the terms by Iran, and they've included the American troops. The request included the American troops pulling out, American bases pulling out from the Gulf. That's a pretty significant demand. That's number one. Number two is for not a ceasefire and end to the war. That's obviously expected. The ability to keep building their ballistic missiles and keep their proxies. A ceasefire in Lebanon. That's not what Israel wants. So there's one more, and obviously the lifting of sanctions. I think all of them are possible except the removal of American bases. America would not agree on it unless they do so secretly, and it's a phased approach because the Pentagon wanted to remove American bases even before this war. So strategically, it makes sense for the US to do so, but they got to do it in a way that does not seem like a loss for Trump, because politically that would be suicidal. And Trump will not listen to anything who doesn't say what he wants to hear. Just like when he shut down the US during the pandemic, which DARPA, DOD, NIH was responsible for. Yeah, I won't comment. I'm not there in those briefings with Trump. There's always these rumors and reports coming out of those briefings by various media outlets. I don't know. I would hope and I would think that Trump does listen to all sides, and that's represented by the actions. An example of him having brought Tucker Carlson and Lindsey Graham in the same week, I think, or in the same month, to discuss the war with Iran, and these are one that's extremely against the war, Tucker, one that's extremely supportive of the war, Lindsey Graham. And for Trump to do that, for me, it shows that he does care about both sides. Now, how he interprets all this, I'm not speaking to him, and I know a lot of pundits like to come and give their opinion. I just accept I don't know. One could speculate based on what you're seeing and based on what your stance is. So as we're getting more questions here, the team bring them up. I'll read out more news and updates. Yeah, so there's a report coming out that the aircraft that was struck, the A-10 that was struck, was part of the rescue operations. That's what made it struck. So that's important that during search and rescue operations, the aircraft become a lot more vulnerable, and we've seen that, and that's the outcome of it. That's US policy. Whenever there's an aircraft that was shut down, everything goes on pause and all efforts go towards search and rescue operations. It's been policy for as far as I remember. If the F-15 had been hit by a large air defense system like the S-400, if the S-400, that would be extremely significant. If Iran has an S-400, and Russia's most capable air defense system, that says a lot, but it doesn't need an S-400 to be struck, as you've heard earlier today. An S-300 could do the job. But if the F-15 had been hit by a large air defense system like the S-400, the pilots wouldn't have been able to eject, and they would have been killed. Very good point, Todd. And let me know if that applies to the S-300 as well, whether they could eject before if the pilot knew that he's going to be struck, he ejects before the aircraft is struck. So obviously, I'm not an expert, guys. I just kind of get the information from all the people that I speak to and all the interviews and I do on a daily basis and share it. But it does also depend on where the missile hits. I think if it hits the wing, very different to the missile striking the pilot directly. So as we get more questions here, we know that 2 Black Hawk helicopters, so more sources are confirming that 2 Black Hawk helicopters were struck in the search and rescue operations. There's a report here coming out of ABC. Reports suggest the US may not have full air dominance over Iran. It's a 40-second clip. Let me play that for you. I haven't listened to it, but let me play that clip from ABC. They're talking about air dominance and whether the US has air dominance. In American F-15, so Lisa Okeke, can you play the link I've just sent you with audio? An American F-15 has been shot down. Iran is believed to be using passive infrared detection, tracking heat instead of radar, which can catch aircraft off guard. That's one of the experts told me in the discussion today, and also behind the scenes before I started this live. Is remember, because we were doing a space on this, guys, and we've been tweeting about it throughout. So NATO Secretary General is flying to Washington, by the way, guys. So that indicates of some discussions happening between NATO and Trump, but that could just take a pilot error, or the pilot was caught by surprise. So the striking of the F-15 does not immediately demonstrate Iran's capabilities, but it's definitely not. It's definitely not a good look. I don't know. I think we need to get more information. Let's play that clip quickly. Let's start it again, Lisa, from the beginning.
The skies are not as safe as they are.
Colonel Gagnard, what does this mean for U.S. jet strikes and other aerial missions moving forward?
That the skies are not as safe as they perhaps presumed. My guess is that this was daytime. My guess is that that the Iranians used what's called infrared. So they used detection that's passive, that used heat differences. The president did say that their radars rolled down, and so he probably can claim that legitimately. But the fact that there are still anti-aircraft kinds of capabilities that are based on heat temperature differences that can identify aircraft and still target aircraft is probably what got this F-15 down.
Colonel Gagnard, what does this mean for
we'll
US
get more experts throughout as well. We've got a lot of experts that will coming in our space, and we're tweeting various reports from experts that are very critical of Iran and experts that are very empathetic of the Iranian cause, giving you their thoughts so you can come to your own conclusion. We've got footage as well, if you can show this as well. Images of the ejection seat from the F-15 that are coming out. So Dimitri is just a bit late, a couple of minutes, so he'll take a couple of minutes before joining. But Lisa, if you could put that image here of it's a video as well. It's a 30-second video of CNN talking to Lieutenant Colonel McGrath about the shooting of the F-15. And you can see in that video, you play it with audio, Lisa, but if you can see in that video, you could see the ejection seat in the footage. Other information, we've got some footage of the tribes in the Khuzestan province that are looking for the pilot. I want to play that video there. Just watch them there looking for the pilot. It's going to show you where we're at in this war. And there's also Iran's there's another report that came out. We didn't even talk about this. Iran's apparently seized a largely intact US-made Lucas drone, which is a copy. A ripoff from the Shahed. Now, I don't think that's that significant because the Iranians already have the Shahed drone, so I don't think it makes that big of a difference. But that was allegedly seized as well. We've got reports of a fishing vessel that have caught fire. It's a pretty big vessel caught fire at the Strait of Hormuz. It's not being talked about enough. We'll play that footage as well right after. Let's play the tribes, please, Lisa, and then play this one. That caught fire at the Strait of Hormuz. And also want to give you guys an overview of what's happening in Lebanon. After we play those quick clips, this is my production team. After we play those two clips of the tribes looking for the pilot and the fishing boat burning in the Strait of Hormuz. So that's play it with audio. Just these scenes, it's insane the times we're in right now. Who would have told you, if I told you 2 months ago that you'd have tribes in Iran looking for a US pilot to receive a bounty from the IRGC. You'd look at me like I'm fucking crazy. Well, that's where we're at. I'll show you the vessel now that caught fire. It says it's a fishing vessel that caught fire in the Persian Gulf, just off the Strait of Hormuz. We don't know the origins of it and who struck it and why. And just again, to me, it just doesn't look like a fishing vessel, but everyone's reporting that it is a fishing vessel. But if we can play that quickly, that footage on screen. And then I want to talk a bit about Lebanon because the developments there are pretty significant and what's happening, because that war is probably going to go on, as Israel says, well after the Iran war. So Israel wants to finish the war in Iran and move on to Lebanon and targeting Hezbollah. So that'll happen right after. And I want to play a clip of someone showing you the damage there, but that's the vessel. So you guys can determine what it is. You can expand it, please, Lisa. So there it is there. Just trying to get more information on it now. I'm asking the team for it. But if you play, Lisa, I want to play this lady talking about the damage in Lebanon. Play this with audio, Lisa, okay? The one I just sent you now. So I'll read out a quote of what she said. Israel says it will attack 2 more bridges over the Litani River after already destroying at least 7 crossings. I think there's only like a couple left. In Tyre, only 1 route into the city remains. Tyre is one of the biggest cities in Lebanon, I think. There's only 1 route. What was the population of Tyre? Let me check the population. So that's in the south of Lebanon. That's a population of 130. It's not a small town. It's 60 to 130,000 residents in Tyre. But I want to play that video I've just sent you, Lisa, with audio, please. You hear the subtitles there as well. We can't hear the audio. Can you play it with audio? And it's going to give you an idea of the devastation that's happening right now in Lebanon. It's just pretty heartbreaking. There's also footage of a failed missile launched by the IRGC, a Sayad 4, that landed in western Tehran.
Only one crossing left.
Play from the beginning, please. Start it again, beginning.
I mean, one of the bridges which has been destroyed by Israel in Lebanon, in southern Lebanon. This bridge is one of the main crossings which rely Sur in southern Lebanon to the north of the country. No, it's completely destroyed. You can't cross it anymore. There's only one crossing left.
That's what they're doing to bridges there. And the argument, look, I get a lot of hate for my stance on what happens in Lebanon. And for anyone that doesn't know, I try to be as not only nuanced, just I try to be as objective as possible. It's very difficult for any human being to be objective, okay? But I try. And that's been my ethos since I was a kid for various reasons. I've always tried to be in the middle because I had my family politically split in the middle. And when I look at what's happening in Lebanon, and a lot of people debate me on this. I say, look, Israel has the right to defend itself, okay? For what? Hezbollah attacked Israel first after October 7th. So Hezbollah was the aggressor. Now, was it the right thing to do, etc.? It's a different discussion. But Hezbollah attacked Israel. Israel was retaliating against Hezbollah. And I've always said, look, if Israel's defending itself, if Israel wants to get rid of Hezbollah, that's understandable. I'm not saying I agree with it, and the way it's done is really important. Of anything like Gaza is beyond reprehensible, and obviously I'm completely against. But if precision strikes targeting Hezbollah, trying to degrade Hezbollah and then live peacefully as a neighbor to Lebanon without annexing any Lebanese territory, similar to what we have a peace deal like Kuwait or with Jordan or with Egypt, then I'm for that, because Lebanon needs Hezbollah to merge with the Lebanese military for the country to flourish. But at the same time, the counter argument to that is Hezbollah is there to deter Israel invading Lebanese territory. So we've got another 8 minutes for Dimitri to join. I know a lot of you are waiting for him. He's just a bit late, maybe internet connection, because that's going to be the most interesting conversation for me to talk to him after he's spent a lot of time in Iran. But for me, it's if Hezbollah is a deterrent against Israel, but Hezbollah is dragging Lebanon into this war. They dragged Lebanon into the war that we're seeing right now. And there's even a debate, and I've spoken to a lot of people in this. Obviously, I've interviewed a lot of Lebanese politicians. I've had people from Hezbollah on my spaces, never in a video interview. But there's a significant divide within Hezbollah, and you've seen that Berri, the Amal movement, who was even critical of Hezbollah. Why? Because Hezbollah is not Hezbollah, one body, one leader, especially after the death of Nasrallah. Hezbollah's got the Radwan forces, which is the military wing, similar to the IRGC in Iran, and you've got the executive branch in Hezbollah, which has seats in the parliament. And the executive branch was telling the Lebanese government, we will not enter this war. And lo and behold, they entered the war with a very limited amount of rocket barrage. It's only 8 rockets fired on Israel. And the reports that I got, and I think I've shared this publicly, the reports that I got, it was Iranian commanders in Lebanon that ordered members of Radwan forces to fire rockets onto Israel to then force Israel to retaliate and force Hezbollah into this war. And that's what happened. Allegedly, I don't know this for sure. So Hezbollah dragged Lebanon into this war, and that's doing a disservice for the country. Now, my argument, the argument I've always made, Israel's getting rid of Hezbollah and is working in conjunction with the Lebanese government. I'm not against that as long as that's where it ends and Lebanon maintains full sovereignty. But my worry, and that's a very valid worry, and I still have that worry, is that Israel, there's a loud minority in Israel that do want to annex Lebanese territory, the whole Greater Israel concept. And if that's the case, then it's a very different discussion, and that's where people will rally behind Hezbollah, even people that are opposing Hezbollah right now. They would change their stance as soon as there's any indication that Israel is going to annex Lebanese territory. And what happened just a few days ago, and I've talked about it on the show, and I've had a pretty heated debate with Jonathan Conricus. I'm trying to get so he's the former IDF spokesperson. I'm trying to get the current IDF spokesperson on the show again. I've spoken to him a few times to really confront him on this, because the defense minister said that even when the war ends, Lebanese people, over 600,000 people, cannot return to their homes. That is beyond unacceptable, and that makes me question my entire stance. If he means those statements, and I don't want to say this about Israeli statements anymore, because every statement they've made, they've really delivered on in the last few, since October 7th. they've kind of crossed any line I had imaginable, from striking Iran to striking Qatar, to invading Gaza, to invading Lebanon, etc. So after that statement, I'm questioning my position on Israel's intentions when it comes to Lebanon. The only heartbreaking thing is, and this is where Hezbollah does play an important role, and Hezbollah now is putting up a pretty strong fight. I'm being as objective as I can on this, but they've caused significant damage to Israeli forces within Hezbollah. There's been reports that even former Israeli officers, saying that they've been pretty surprised by Hezbollah's capabilities, and they seemed a lot more capable than people expected. You could say the same thing we're seeing about Iran right now, but the years-long bombing of Hezbollah and since October 7th has obviously weakened them. But I'm really surprised by their capabilities now. And I asked Dimitri that question because he's spoken to members of Hezbollah. He's been to Lebanon. He's met them as well. Where they're getting their supplies from. They're getting it through Syria. They're getting it by sea. And obviously, we've got the Houthis now that have entered the war. Now, the Houthis are interesting. I've had one guest, Ian Bremer, on the show, and he said something interesting. He said the Houthis are in a very tricky position right now, and they're making a decision on whether to fully enter the war, because they have entered. They've officially entered, but they've been very limited in their attacks. They've struck Israel. They have not closed the Bab el-Mandeb Straits, and they have not struck Saudi. So they're big cards that haven't played yet. And that could be one of two reasons. Iran's using them as leverage. Very possible, but it's getting less and less plausible now, because the leverage is now, because they want to avoid an American invasion. But anyway, Iran, maybe they don't. Maybe they want Americans to enter Iran because that's how they can cause the most damage. But the Houthis are not closing the Bab el-Mandeb Straits and not striking Saudi pipelines, which Saudi needs to be able to still export oil and avoid the Strait of Hormuz, is because Iran told them not to keep it as leverage. And the other possible reason is because there's negotiations right now, as Ian Bremer said, between the Houthis and Saudi. And Saudi's even paid Houthi salaries. They've paid half of the salaries, their monthly salaries, for the Houthi fighters. And the first time these fighters get paid in months, allegedly, according to Ian and other sources. And we could see a deal between the Houthis and Saudi. That is very possible. Saudi's stacked with cash right now while Iran is struggling. And obviously a lot of people disagree with me. I'm not saying that's the case. I'm saying these are reports, because obviously there's an ideological argument to this. The Houthi ideology is completely against abandoning Iran, abandoning the cause of fighting Israel, and a deal with Saudi kind of throws that into the bin and becomes pretty existential for them, I think, back home, and the support they have. But they're in a pretty tricky position. Yemen's poverty is insane. The people are suffering. So I wouldn't be surprised if they do that. There's also a Lego video. Let me play that Lego video for you that was released by Iran while waiting for Dimitri. I think Dimitri's like 2 minutes away. But if you could play this video I've just sent Lisa while Dimitri's about to join. It's one of the promotional propaganda videos by Iran. And so those Lego style videos. And that one is let me read out the description. New Lego style video just dropped with a full rap diss track against Secretary Hegseth, a complete poolside harassment scene, heavy drinking, Monterey settlements, and sexual assault. So that just came out earlier today. If you can play that, please, on Lisa, with the audio. Let me see if there's been other reports, any information on the pilot. Start it from the beginning. Go from the beginning, Lisa.
This one's specially for you. Yo, Pete Hegseth. This one's specially for you. You punk ass rapist bitch. Straight from Iran.
Okay, that's not official. It's not official.
Nah, just a drunk infidel in the fake uniform. Trying to kill all Muslims. Wasted in the hotel lobby. Sexual assault settlement in Monterey. Blocked the door, took a phone, paid her off quiet, cause Me Too was on. Now you secretary? What a joke, bro. Cheated on wives, multiple affairs, kids in the mix, family man, hell no. Handsy with women at Fox, drunk on the job, your own team say, yo, this dude toxic. Couldn't even guard Biden's inauguration, your own military said next. Book called American Crusade, dreaming holy war, but reality check. You just a failed vet, turned TV clown, slipping on your own mess.
All right, you can stop the video. So we're getting sirens right now in Bahrain. And I'm another piece of information I want to share just before Dimitri joins, and that is you got to watch which Gulf countries are being struck. So we've seen, and I talk about this a lot, or at least on my X account, I talk about this a lot. We've seen strikes on Oman essentially come to a halt. I haven't seen alerts of damage in Oman for a long time, and I know there's negotiations right now between Iran and Oman on the Strait of Hormuz. We saw that come out 2 days ago, and that's a very, very important piece of information that kind of got lost with all the news that came out. But there are market spiked. I'll read out that from Tasmi News. Market spiked moments ago on reports that Iran and Oman are developing a joint maritime protocol for safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz, which you've been to, Dimitri, in the post-war period via Iran's IRGC link Tasmi News. The context matters. Iran's senior security official said yesterday the strait will reopen to the world, quote, but not for Trump. Iran is simultaneously building a toll framework at $2 million per tanker, potentially generating $80 billion annually, which could be Iran's form of reparations from this war. What a waste of lives and energy and infrastructure this war was. But Dimitri, a lot has happened since we last spoke, including you losing your mind and deciding to visit Iran in the middle of war. How was that trip?
One of the most fascinating experiences of my life, and really, Mario, one of the most gratifying. I mean, I should really start by, so you understand my sentiments about this trip, but telling you a story, the most unexpected development while I was there. Around the third or fourth day when we were in Esfahan, which by the way is just a marvelously beautiful city, our Iranian colleagues told us, and these are people who work for the state media, that a colonel in the IRGC had been killed. And he had been killed with his wife and his mother and his 2 little boys. And that there was one survivor of the bombing of their home, and it was a 3-year-old child who was grievously wounded in hospital. So they invited us to go to the funeral procession, which was massive. And the next day they took us to the hospital to see the girl, who was unconscious and had a ventilator, and her face was badly scarred. And when I saw it, it brought back all the emotions that I personally experienced when I was watching those children getting mutilated in Gaza. And I broke down. I started crying. And some Iranian journalist captured that moment on video without me knowing it. And it was played on national television. And I found out about it, not from people in Iran. I found out about it from friends of mine in the Iranian diaspora who told me how moved they were by this clip. And from the moment that clip played on national television, I was being asked constantly to do interviews for the Iranian media. And by the time we get to like the 7th day of this trip, people were walking up to me in the street I never met before, and they were hugging me. I just couldn't believe it. I mean, in the train, this happened. This happened in the train station. This happened when we stopped to get some water while we were doing a long bus ride. And the message from these people uniformly, so this was spontaneous. Nobody could say that this had been, orchestrated by the government or anything. The message was uniformly, we profoundly appreciate the fact that you've come here in a time of war, a person from the West, and you're giving voice to us. And we want you to know, and we want the people of the West to know, that we are united as a nation and we're all prepared to die to defend this country. I heard that over and over again from people who just spontaneously walked up to me. So if I have one overarching sort of sentiment about this trip, it's that, interaction that I had with so many people right around the country. There's much I could tell you about war crimes. I saw evidence, after evidence after evidence of heinous war crimes being committed by the United States and Israel. Stories of fortitude. Bombs were going off every day. Sometimes massive explosions. There wasn't a day didn't go by where we heard explosions nearby. But at the same time, the vast majority of the country is intact. Over 99% of the infrastructure remains intact because it's a very big
country. Yeah.
And it's far
More
away.
than 99%,
yeah. And they have air defenses. It's increasingly clear that they actually do provide a measure of protection, some measure of protection, which is not true for Lebanon or for Palestinians. They have no protection from aerial attack. So the people are a long way away from being a defeated people, and everything that I saw and experienced suggested to me that they believe in victory, and they're justified in believing in victory.
What is victory for them?
Victory for them is that the United States pays, or somebody, maybe it'll come in the form of tolls, as you mentioned. Someone's got to pay the piper because what they did was criminal. It was a flagrant violation of the UN Charter to bomb the country, and they want reparations. That would be one form of victory, but that's not going to be enough. They want the Americans to remove their military bases from the Persian Gulf. I know that sounds like a big stretch, but that's what they want. I would ask, even if the Gulf autocracies continue to want the American bases there, which is questionable, are the Americans going to consider those bases to be defensible after what has happened to them? So I wouldn't exclude the possibility that they get that. And they want ironclad demands that they're never going to be attacked again. So, one thing I have to absolutely stress, people need to understand this. There is no military solution to the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. No one's going to open that damn thing unless the Iranians agree to open it. And if they don't open it, we are heading for a hellstorm of economic pain.
So then what do you make of them denying the ceasefire proposal? I don't know if they denied the proposal or denied negotiating in Pakistan, and they want Qatar instead. Sorry, Bahrain. Qatar, sorry, of course not Bahrain. Qatar instead. And now Qatar has refused this to house these negotiations, to facilitate these negotiations. So what do you make of all this? So is it Iran refusing to negotiate completely? Do they want a different location? Why don't they want Pakistan? Why is Qatar saying no? So I think Qatar is saying no because they want the strikes on their territory to stop. What do you make of these developments? And then also your reaction to Trump's speech. And how do you think Iranians reacted to that speech after you met them on that trip?
Well, the reaction to Trump and Netanyahu is one of universal scorn, contempt, and disdain. I mean, whether they were critical of the government or not, no one, Mario, no one I spoke to, and I must have spoken to over 200 people on this trip, said they attached the slightest credibility to the claim that the Trump and Netanyahu regimes are trying to help the Iranian people. They don't believe that. And you could see, I saw over and over again in every city that I went to pro-government demonstrations. I did not see a single anti-government demonstration. And a repeated demand, and the thing that people told me one-on-one conversations and things that these people were in these protests, is they don't want no negotiations. They are adamant about that. So I haven't heard about this latest news that you just recounted about Qatar and Pakistan.
Yeah, that just happened in the last hour.
Well, unless there's an official confirmation from the foreign minister or the president or the IRGC that the government of Iran is engaged in negotiations, I don't believe for 1 second that there's any negotiations going on. I believe that the Iranians are going to make the American economy scream until Trump starts to make serious concessions. And that means there's going to be a lot of damage done to the global economy. I hope I'm wrong, Mario, but that's the way I see this playing out, man, because there's no indication that Trump is willing to make any concessions to Iran. None. And they ain't going to stop until they get, substantially what they're asking for. They may be willing to compromise.
Don't you worry if Trump goes on with this threat, delivers on this threat of striking Iranian infrastructure, including bridges, even desalination plants you mentioned, energy infrastructure, power plants, that would cause significant suffering for the country. The country's already experienced billions in damage, but that would 2-3x that.
Well, he's not going to be able to destroy the energy grid. Okay, that's not happening. He can destroy quite a bit of it, but there's still going to be a significant amount of energy in the country. Look at what the Russians have done to Ukraine for 4+ years. They still have an electricity grid which does to some degree function, and Russia has been trying for years to put that energy grid out of action, and it is much less dispersed than the Iranian energy grid. And the Ukrainians don't have even 1/10 of the oil and gas that Iran has. So what does Trump think? He's going to go on some 3-week bombing campaign and he's going to put the lights out in Iran, and all of a sudden the Iranians are going to get down on their knees and beg for mercy? I mean, this man's delusional. It's not happening. Can he inflict a lot of pain and suffering on the Iranians? Yes, he can. But the Iranians can inflict a lot of pain and suffering on Israel, U.S. military bases in the region, and major economic assets of the U.S. corporatocracy in the Gulf. And we've seen that. So sure, he can escalate. They're just going to respond with further escalation. I don't think there is any inclination on their part. I didn't get any sense of this at all, Mario, anywhere in the country. There's any inclination.
You could move around. They allowed you to move around and speak to whoever you want.
Yeah. No one. I'll give you an example. Okay, I went on the day after Ramadan ended. So this is a major event in Islam. It's called Eid al-Fitr. I went to the largest mosque in Iran. It's called the Mosalla Mosque in Tehran. Okay, and we observed prayer there. I've never seen such a huge gathering of worshipers. I mean, it was gigantic. If you look at the people inside and outside, it was well over 100,000 people. So we were inside. It could have been over 200,000 people. And we were inside until the prayer was finished. And then we walked outside. I saw thousands and thousands more worshipers on the ground. And my colleagues from the Iranian state media said to me, "You want to interview anybody?" I said, "Yeah." They said, "Pick a bunch of people. Just pick anybody." Okay, these were just random people kneeling or sitting down on their prayer rugs on the tarmac outside this massive mosque. So I started picking people. I picked young people, I picked middle-aged people, I picked old people, and everybody told me the same damn thing. I'm ready to die for my country. These people will not defeat Iran. If I would consider it an honor to die for my country. Now, is it possible they were lying to me? Sure, but that wasn't my impression, Mario. I didn't have that impression at all.
Did you have, if you don't mind me asking, did you have any? Were you alone? Were you with a handler? Was he armed? Just trying to get. Okay.
There's
so
nobody.
They were pretty open with you.
Nobody in our entourage had a weapon, as far as I could see. I mean, maybe somebody hid something in a bag somewhere.
No, I'm not asking you whether there was any intimidation. Because if you have with a soldier next to you, or IRGC member there, maybe the Iranian wouldn't be too scared. Because obviously it's very different to what we saw. Remember, during the protests in January, we saw people drawing Trump's name on walls and stuff. Now I don't know how true it is, but obviously things changed before then to now when the country's being bombed and you're seeing a rally around the flag. What about your visit to the Strait of Hormuz? That was pretty extraordinary seeing your video. Someone sent me a video saying, "Mario, look at this guy." I think they posted it on my channel. Look at this guy visiting the Strait of Hormuz. I'm like, I know this guy. I know this bald head. This is Dimitri. What is he doing there? And what was that visit like? What did you see? Who did you talk to?
Well, it started really to understand what happened on that day. I need to step back a little bit and tell you about Bushehr. So we went to
nuclear power plant is, yeah?
Yes. We went to Tabriz in the north, and then we went to Tehran, then we went to Esfahan, then we went to Shiraz. And the first time we actually got to the Persian Gulf is Bushehr. And the thing about the Persian Gulf, you don't have to be a military expert to understand this, is that targets along the coastline are more accessible to the Israelis and the Americans because they can fire at them over the Persian Gulf, right? There's less likelihood they're going to be taken out by air defenses. So that area of the country, as soon as we got to the Persian Gulf, we knew we were in heightened danger. So in Bushehr, we went to see 3 sites, civilian facilities that had been destroyed. We saw a hospital, we saw a meteorological station, and the port facility. It was clearly a civilian port facility. And after we learned, when we left Bushehr after one day, that the U.S.-Israeli forces had struck every one of the sites we visited, even though they were totally destroyed. So, and they also struck a target across the street from the hotel we were staying. So we're like, what the hell? Could this be random? So we go down to, we arrive in...
Sorry, Dimitri, you're saying the locations, after you visited them, they were struck?
Yes. And I could tell you, especially the meteorological station, there was nothing there worth striking. Why did they waste a missile on that? I don't know. Anyways, we go to Bandar Abbas, and which is the main city, Iranian city on the Strait of Hormuz. And our guides say, look, we think before we go out into the strait, we should go to Minab school, which is 2 hours away, where they killed the 168 school children and teachers. So along the way to the Minab school, which is 2 hours away, we stop at a civilian antenna facility, transmitter for the IRIB, the state media, which has been demolished. And we get out, we're inspecting it, and the lunatics launch a drone strike nearby. Okay, there's an explosion goes off. We can tell it's a drone strike. It's not some huge bomb. And we evacuate out of there right away. Then we go to Minab, and we spend 2 hours at the Minab school, which has been demolished, Mario. There's like nothing there worth hitting. I inspected that site thoroughly. Nobody got in my way. Okay, there were actually 4 buildings that they demolished there. One of them was full of pharmaceutical products. And how do I know that? Because we were going through the rubble, sifting through the rubble, and picking out the remains of pharmaceutical products. Okay, so we inspect it thoroughly. We come to the conclusion this had nothing to do with the military, nothing. 10 minutes after we leave, they launch a drone strike on the Minab school. So we're like, this can't be coincidental at this stage. So we get to Bandar Abbas, and the plan was for us to go in the morning to 2 islands in the Strait of Hormuz, Hormuz Island and Kemch, which is the largest island in the Persian Gulf. And that night, after we went to the Minab school, we have tea with the governor of the province. And we say to him, like the people in our entourage who work for the state media, they said, Dimitri, because you become a little bit of a celebrity as a result of this thing that happened at the hospital, would you please ask the governor to ensure that we get to visit these islands? They thought that I was going to have to pull with the governor. So I asked him, and he said, look, we will do everything we can to accommodate you, but we have to see what the security situation is in the morning. We wake up in the morning, we found out that overnight the Israelis bombed the port of this island of Hormuz. So the security advisors to the governor say, look, man, we don't think you should go to the islands. It's just too dangerous. In fact, if you go out there, you're taking your lives in your own hands. But what we can do for you is give you a boat for 20 minutes. You go shoot out there for 20 minutes and come back. Cross your fingers. So we had a debate.
So but before you go on that, well, sorry, Dimitri, to interrupt you again, but essentially your story is like every time you visit a location, it gets bombed by a missile or a drone.
From the moment we got to Bushehr on the coast, that wasn't happening.
It's fair to say, it's not the only logical conclusion I can come to is that intelligence services, obviously you can't know whether it's an Israeli or an American attack, but it's likely an Israeli one. We know Mossad's capabilities. So you're obviously come to the same conclusion that Mossad was able to know your whereabouts and was sending you a warning so you stop your coverage.
Yeah. Bear in mind, Mario, that by this point in time, there have been multiple reports on Iranian national television. It wasn't just me. Okay. Tim Anderson from Australia was being interviewed by the Iranian media. Ahmad from Propaganda & Co. was being interviewed by the Iranian media. We were all over the Iranian
he was there.
Media.
Propaganda & Co. I know him. I know Ahmad.
Yeah.
He's been
There was
on my show.
and there was a Turkish journalist with us at the beginning, but he couldn't go past Tehran because he had other commitments. So the 3 of us went to Bushehr and to Bandar Abbas with Iranian journalists. Anyways, that is the conclusion we drew by the time we were confronted by the choice.
Were they with you when you went to these locations?
Who's they?
Ahmad, so the guy from Propaganda & Co. and the other one, the Australian one you mentioned, or was it just all of you as a group?
We were together all the time.
And do you think they found out about you? Maybe that video that made you go viral brought their attention to you?
No, it wasn't just that. Before we got to Bushehr, we went into a village where the Americans had dropped mines. They had littered the village with mines. And we went in there and I filmed this. Okay. I filmed these mines and they were like very dangerous. You don't want to stick around them very long. But I just quickly went in there, and then I get contacted by the New York Times and the Washington Post, and they want to use my video. And so they do these articles. It wasn't just them. I think MSN did something and some other major media outlet. So these guys are advertising, these major media organizations in the United States, the evidence we found of an American war crime. That's what it was. They dropped mines on a village and they killed people. We went to the house of the person that they blew him to bits, and his family was absolutely devastated. All of this is on video. Okay, so there were a lot of reasons why the Americans and the Israelis might have been ticked off with us. Let's put it that way. So we had to make a decision at that point. The morning we woke up and we found out that they had bombed the port on the island of Hormuz. And, everybody, there wasn't much hesitation at all. I mean, at this point, we were so outraged by everything we were seeing, and we're just like, to hell with it. We're going out there. So we went out there on this boat. There were about 10 of us all together. And we ended up staying an hour on the water. I don't know why, but they decided they were going to keep us out there for more than 20 minutes. I counted approximately 90 tankers and cargo ships just sitting there between the Iranian coastline and the islands of Hormuz and Kamesh. There were probably more because, I didn't have binoculars. I was just doing it with the naked eye, and there was so many out there, but I counted 90. And we were told that the majority of them were just kind of stuck there. They weren't going to go anywhere. They weren't given permission to go. And that about a third of them had applied for permission and were waiting for the answer of the IRGC, and that some number of them, a small number, were going to be allowed to transit. And the data, the maritime shipping data, which is available to anybody, shows that over the last few weeks, there's been a 90% plus reduction in the flow of commercial traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. So I think the way to sum it up is that the strait is not closed, technically speaking, but Iran's got a vice grip around it. And there ain't no way that anyone's going to break that vice grip. They can bomb the country to bejesus, but they can't stop Iran from really seriously impeding the flow of maritime traffic through the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, I think that's clear for anyone even watching from the outside that that's the case. You know, they decide which they're charging $2 million for every cargo ship, maybe some exceptions, but they're making a ton of money out of this, and that's a side of the money they're making from shipping their own oil. But just going back to that's just pretty insane story. The fact that you were targeted by strikes after your video was used in the mines in that village to try to scare you and other journalists out of the country. It just sounds so terrifying. Did any of you change your mind about doing coverage? Any other journalists change their mind? It just the deterrent didn't work whatsoever on any of you.
Well, we were concerned. I mean, we'd be idiots not to be concerned, But look, man, when you're on a trip like that and you're seeing what you're seeing, and the people who are being subjected to this horror are so hospitable and so gracious, you develop a strong bond and a feeling of I don't want to sound melodramatic, but kind of destiny. It's your destiny, and if I'm an atheist, but you kind of start thinking if the good Lord wants to take me now, it's my time to go. But I'm prepared to lay down my life for this cause, because you see it all around you, and it inspires you. It just inspires you.
It's just so sad. This whole war upsets me so much. While you were away, it started to hit me more as this progressed, as I started seeing the likelihood of troops on the ground happening. When I saw the destruction continuing, as I saw what's happening in Lebanon, which is not even talked about now. The statement by the defense minister, not sure if you saw it with your trip and everything, that the south of Lebanon will continue being occupied even after the war. That he really hit me hard, because I've always said Israel has the right to respond to Hezbollah. Hezbollah needs to go. But then when I make a statement like this, I just reconsider my stance pretty quickly. So that just all starting to bother me more and more. But just going back to the discussion, I want to ask you questions to really understand their mindset. And you already gave me an insight into it. But how far do you think they're willing to go? Because usually during war, we're seeing that in Ukraine, you start getting war fatigue. Now, it usually takes time. Ukraine's gone on for years before war fatigue. Usually there was a spike of support, and then over time, the fatigue kicked in. Are you seeing that yet in Iran, where people are like, just take any deal, or we just want that bombing to stop? We saw that in Lebanon. In Lebanon, they have war fatigue. That's why they're like, we just don't want to do this anymore. We hate what's happening in Gaza, but we just want to live. We want the bombing to stop. We want the drones to stop. Has that happened in Iran? I know Iran's much bigger and there's this better sense of security there, but they're also facing the American military, not just the Israeli military.
Yeah, I mean, look, I have to acknowledge the limits of what I can say in response. I don't have any polling data to show you, and it's possible that people were misrepresenting to me their opinions, and it's possible that people who feel the way you've described were not willing to speak. All of that is possible. I can't deny that. All I can do is tell you what people said to me and whether or not I personally believe they were telling the truth. And what people said to me over and over and over again is, we are not going to negotiate with these perfidious, treacherous liars. We've had enough. We're going to go all the way. This is an existential matter for us, and we're prepared to die for our country. I heard that from everybody I spoke to. So were they lying? Possible. Were they a minority? It's possible. But I certainly can't tell you, based on what I saw, that I believe these people, this country, is on the verge of capitulation. I think far from it. They're becoming more and more indignant by the day. That's why that was my.
How's life like there? Is there any shortages? I've seen footage. I know the answer. I kind of know the answer, but how normal is life there? Is there cafes, restaurants that are open, people walking around living life? Or is it just because a lot of people, you've been to war zones, I've been to multiple war zones as well. So we know how it's like in those times, in the early days of the war, and how that evolves and people get used to it and they have to live with it. But what's the sense like in Iran? Such a huge, massive country. It's not every region's impacted the same.
Exactly. So the situation, for example, in Esfahan was dramatically different from Bushehr. Bushehr was almost a ghost city. Now, I kind of expect after we saw Bushehr and what a ghost city it was, there was still, some businesses open. And by the way, there was one hotel in Bushehr, which is a city of I think 500,000 or 600,000 people, and it was a complete dump. It was like the worst hotel I ever stayed in my adult life. But we had to stay there because there was no other hotel open. That's how closed down the city was.
What's the hotel called, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh God, I don't even know, man. It was just like I've stayed in better, Motel 6s in Mississippi than that. So anyways, but generally we stayed in reasonably good accommodation. The hotels for the most part were empty. There were people who were dining out in the interior cities, but as I say, Bushehr was almost entirely shut down. The food is available, so you can see in the shops there's plentiful vegetables, there's chicken, there's lamb, there's meat available. People are selling these in the all over the country. Now I can't speak to affordability though. I think that's probably an issue for a lot of Iranians at this moment, but the supplies are there. There was no evident, I didn't see any restrictions on water anywhere we went. So that doesn't seem to be a problem. In fact, I saw there was a lot of rain while we were there. There were snow-capped mountains all over the place, and that's obviously going to provide a lot of water in the months ahead. There were some lakes, some rivers, intermittent rivers that were running. Didn't see any water restrictions. And the other thing that was really quite striking is that you can fill up your tank for less than $1. So that blew me away. There's only apparently one country in the world.
That's the middle finger. That's a middle finger to the rest of the world.
Yeah. Well, this has been this way for some time, actually. In Iran is the second cheapest country for gas to the consumer. There's only one country that's cheaper as Venezuela. It's almost free. Like it really is almost free. Anyways, I didn't see any evidence of unavailability, but I'm sure, as I said, that there's affordability problems for a lot of people in the country.
Electricity was fine, yeah?
Yeah, we didn't have any outages. I didn't experience one single outage. And we were in 7 different cities. But, there have been reports, very credible reports, that there have been brief outages as a result of some of these attacks.
Yeah, we do. So there was very, very brief outages from the strikes in Iran. I think it was on a power plant in Tehran. Sorry. Just one more question about Iran is their capabilities. Now we've talked about this before. Has your perception of their capabilities, putting the emotional and humanitarian aspect aside, their military capabilities, what did you see, or what sense did you get out of it? I know obviously they didn't allow you to visit military installations, which are all hidden, but did you get any sense whatsoever of their capabilities? Obviously, we saw them today shooting A-10 and F-15, which is very significant and damage to Black Hawks, which is a very significant day for the Iranians, and one pilot is still missing. But have you gotten more insight of that on your visit?
Look, like I said, we went all over. I mean, we didn't go to the east. I shouldn't say we went all over, but we were in the north, in the predominantly Kurdish area, the capital, Esfahan, Shiraz. We were on the Persian Gulf coast near Karg Island and all the way down to the very south, Minab. I did not see a single piece of military hardware except one thing, and that is I think it was in Bushehr. Okay, in Bushehr, I saw in the distance an anti-aircraft battery. That's it. Okay. I never saw a missile launcher. I never saw a tank. I never even saw a truck, a military truck. It was amazing. I went to Crimea. War. Yeah, I went to Crimea during the war. I saw military trucks all over Crimea. The place was crawling with military trucks. I did not see a single one. They have scurried. I don't know where they put it all, but their military forces are extremely well hidden. It's amazing. So I can't comment on, I didn't see any attacks, by the way, on military facilities. I mean, if they had happened, I'm sure they've happened in spades. They didn't show us any of that. I didn't see that. We did actually see military bases in the distance on several occasions, but there was nothing going on there. You couldn't see soldiers. You couldn't see any kind of activity. It's like, I don't know, they've all gone underground. I don't know where they are. But did
you see any air defenses operate in the night?
No, but we heard them. we heard air defenses. Said there were. We heard one on one occasion. We heard it in the daytime, and we heard it. I'm sorry, in the evening, and I heard air defenses activate on 3 occasions in the daytime, but I never actually saw interceptor missiles.
And I know most cases you can't see fighter jets; they fly very high. But one thing I'm trying to understand is whether, because I get different reports from different people, whether the US and Israel do have a superiority. On one side, they argue that yes, there's air dominance; they fly over Tehran unopposed. And the other argument is no, all the strikes are happening from the outskirts without flying over Iranian territory. Were you able to get a bit more insight on that question?
Well, I'm sure that they are able to penetrate Iranian airspace, because we heard on numerous occasions, it wasn't happening that much, but there were several occasions where we heard warplanes overhead. And I mean, I guess in theory they might have been Iranian, but I doubt that, because the Iranians have very few left, and there's really no reason why they put them up in the air at this stage. I don't know, but so I'm pretty sure that they're penetrating Iranian airspace. But at the same time, we never actually saw them ever. So they're not flying low. At least what I saw, they're way up. They're not visible to the naked eye if you're down on the ground, which suggests to me that they're trying to be careful.
You didn't even see the lights in the sky during the night, because that's the only way to be able to see them. Nothing.
Not one time. I just heard noises. I heard jet engines roaring overhead a few times. That's it.
Interesting. I had one more question about that before I ask you on your trip to Greece. My team said, and to the Greek island of Crete, my team said, the message you shared with them 3 days ago, I can ask you about it. But I had one more question on Iran. 2 questions. I had one more. Besieged checkpoints, were there any at all?
Yes, there were. I think most of them I saw were in the capital. There didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. Like they weren't. I never once saw any hostile interactions with people. They were just, it's all very routine. They would come out, they put some
reports of the besiegers hiding under bridges and stuff due to fears of drones and being targeted. Have you seen them under bridges, or they're in the open?
Sometimes they were in the open and sometimes they were under bridges.
Okay.
Yeah. But there weren't that many of them. I was surprised. I thought there were going to be a lot more checkpoints, but the most of them, the ones I saw were in Tehran.
By the way, you saw the report today, according to intelligence officials, spoke to CNN, Iranian missile launchers, 50% of them are still available. They're still intact. 50%, half of them. Earlier in the war, we're getting reports that 70, 80% of them have been destroyed. Now we'll get reports that only 50% of them have been destroyed.
Yeah, I
think all bothers me so much.
All of these numbers, Mario, are completely unreliable. I don't know whether it's 50%, 80%, 10%. They don't really know. I mean, and who's going to believe the Iran? I don't even think the U.S. military knows what percentage of them it's destroyed, because it would have to know how many they had in their possession. How do they know that when they have these underground missile cities? Maybe they do. Maybe they have human intelligence, or I don't know. They've broken into their communication systems. It's possible, but I don't trust them to know. So I don't really attach any weight to those numbers.
Last thing I want to ask you about is you sent a message to my team that they gave me permission to ask you about. It's about your visit to Crete. I can ask you that question, I guess. Yeah.
Sure,
yeah.
Sure.
So you said the message, I'll be in the Greek island of Crete. Between us, I plan, because you said between us. So that's why they said, Mario, you can share it. Between us, I plan to do some research on what is going on at the U.S. I can say, okay, at the U.S. naval base on the island. I suspect that naval base is playing a big role in the war on Iran. Can you expand on that? That's a big claim.
Well, we know from locals that there are warplanes taking off regularly from Suda Bay. There are pretty convincing reports that the USS Gerald Ford came to Suda Bay when it had that toilet problem.
Yes, yeah, true.
Emergency service. There are American servicemen crawling all over this place. I came to this place for the first time. Chania is what it's called, and Suda Bay is just a few kilometers from Chania. I came to this place when I was 19 years old. Suda Bay was here. I don't remember this many military personnel. So there's a huge military presence here, constant flights of military aircraft. And we know the USS Gerald Ford came in here. And we know that the government of Kyriakos Mitsotakis is a hapless vassal of Washington. So who was doing everything possible. I don't know if people know this on your show, but Mitsotakis allowed the Israeli Air Force to use Greek airspace to practice bombing runs on Iran. Okay. I had Israeli warplanes flying over my damn house in Kalamata one day. They were flying very low to the ground, and they were obviously practicing flying low to the ground in mountainous territory. So I suspect that that base, and especially because the American military can no longer house safely its warplanes at the Persian Gulf bases. They've been hit so hard. So they're moving them further afield as far as possible out of range of the Iranian missiles and drones. And I think the natural place for them to go is Suda Bay and Akrotiri in Cyprus. So I went directly from Iran to this island to investigate it. But I had a conversation, and if the American military intelligence is listening, I have a message for you. I spoke to a comrade of mine in the anti-imperialist movement here in Greece, and they told me, Dimitri, don't go anywhere near that military base. You've just come from Iran, and if they see you there, they're going to arrest you and charge you with espionage, which they've already done apparently to a civilian who is looking at serious prison time. So I'm not going to do more on this trip than talk to people.
Okay.
I'm going to gather.
Let's avoid, because now I feel guilty bringing it up, even though I had your permission beforehand, because that's you're playing with fire now. I love the cause that you're doing. I love to shed light on what's happening in any country, whether it's Ukraine, Russia, Gaza, any country where the Western media doesn't really have access to or is really biased to. When the US is or the Western world is in war with a country, in times of war, it's an information warfare as well. So you get one side of the story and everyone becomes very patriotic. So you forget about the video I saw yesterday of an Iranian man running to his house and having his family killed. And he's just yelling in despair. It really got me the same way that you saw that kid in the hospital. Like, when you see the ugly side of war, and I forced myself to watch what happened in Gaza, what's happening in Lebanon, what's happening in the countries that are really being hit hard, because the media doesn't show them as much as they should. So that's why I love the cause that you're doing. And just be very clear in everything you do, because the last thing you want to see is charged with espionage. But I would probably avoid debates moving forward.
I appreciate the advice, Mario. I truly try to calculate my risks and not do something crazy. I'm not.
You're a lawyer, so you know your shit more than me.
I'm saying this on air because I want to be very clear. I'm not going to do that. I'm not interested in ending up in the hoosgow. But I do have the right to talk to people here who've gathered information because they live here, and I'm going to tell their stories. So that I still think I can do some valuable reporting here, but no, I'm not going to try. The
best way to do it is, because I have to always be careful of these things, not when it comes to in a situation like yours, but when I do different coverages of different political matters in different countries. One thing I've been given advice of is to always do things in the open. It makes it very hard to fabricate a story on you. It's like Mario visited Ukraine or Russia and went to this base and helped them, whatever. But if I have everything documented, it's very hard to make these claims. Which you're doing everything in the open as well, so it makes it very hard to charge you with anything. But man, you've got so my producers are sending me questions to ask you because they're loving this, but I know you have to go. Dimitri, love what you're doing. Keep doing it, watching your content all the time, and keep us posted with information. Maybe your next trip could be to Lebanon to see what's happening there as the Iran war winds down in the next couple of weeks. But keep doing what you're doing, man. Much respect.
Thank you very much, Mario. Much respect to you as well. Take care.